Good morning. I would like to call the Board of Governors meeting to order this morning on Monday, November the 15th, 2021, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And before the meeting gets started, I'd like the board liaison Castro to review the meeting procedures and protocols.
Good morning. To access the Board of Governors meeting agenda, please visit our website at www.ccco.edu and go to the About Us tab drop-down menu. From there, click the Board of Governors, then Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agenda, and select the blue Agenda hyperlink. As a reminder, closed caption is available. Click the CC icon at the bottom of the screen labeled Closed Caption to read live captions. Members of the public wishing to comment on an agenda item may use the raise hand feature to make a verbal public comment to the board. As a reminder, of the Chancellor's office will announce your name and grant you the ability to speak. You are requested to identify yourself and present your public comment at that time. Thank you, President Haynes. Would you like me to call the roll?
Thank you. Would you please call the roll?
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Present.
Darius W. Anderson. Amy Costa.
Present.
Joshua Elizondo. Tom Epstein.
Here.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo. Jolina Grande.
Here.
Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Kevin Hall. Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis. Irma Olguen Jr. Jennifer Perry.
Here.
Bill Rawlings.
Present.
Roy Shabazian.
Here.
Valerie Shaw.
Here.
Yulia Tarasova. Blas Villalobos.
Here.
Joseph Williams.
Here.
President Haynes, quorum is established.
Thank you. I have a message from board member Elizondo. He is in the general population. Can you work to get him in a identified participant for the board member so he can join us here?
Thank you. I just promoted him to panelist, so he will be with us right now. Thank you.
Very good. Can we have board member Aguinaldo lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
It would be my honor, President Haynes. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So much for that. It is now time for the president's report, and I'd like to start off by basically saying that this is a very important meeting today. It is our last meeting of the year for the Board of Governors. And there are a number of issues that you as board members have asked about and have raised issues around. And so I'm really hoping that one, we can move through the agenda, but we also want to make certain that we get our questions answered because that's what this is all about in that process. So the first issue that I'd like just to make some comments about is enrollment and persistence. And today's agenda has a number of important informational items, including items 5.3. Board members, I have served in California's community college system for more than 22 years. And this ongoing pandemic continues to surprise and challenge us all. Like you, I'm concerned about declining enrollment, but I am also alarmed by student success rates. I joined this board and felt a sense of urgency when we adopted the vision for success. A bold North Star, and I make reference to it every chance I get, called us to action and dared us to do more for student completion, transfer, decreasing credit accumulation, workforce placement, and yes, eliminating equity gaps and regional ones too. We knew it would take what it would take, but we were clear on our focus around student success for all of our students. I had a chance to comment to several reporters about declining enrollment, and here is what I shared, and I want to read it verbatim. But I do want to tell you that very little of it got into those reports, and that's the reason why I want you to know exactly what I said. Quote, nationally in California, the pandemic has hit community college students especially hard, with enrollment declining at a higher rate than at better resourced four-year institutions. This raises critical concerns about equitable access to and success in higher education, as well as the ability to meet workforce needs. The drop came on top of a pre-pandemic enrollment decline that is national, and to a lesser extent in California, where population growth has slowed significantly. This is one reason why we have moved away from relying solely on enrollment as a determinant of funding colleges in California. Enrollment declines in California are in line with national trends, but pinpointing the precise level of decline has been frustrated by the inability of outdated reporting definitions and data systems to accurately count certain categories of students following the abrupt transition to a nearly 100% online education environment during the pandemic. We made a conscious decision at the outset of the pandemic to provide colleges with flexibility to quickly adopt online instructional delivery methods so we could better serve students in a time of crisis. We did not have the luxury of time to insist that data definitions and systems at 116 colleges be upgraded first. We knew data collection would be impacted, but we chose students as our first priority. We always will. College and system leaders are working to try to re-engage students who have left our colleges and improve completion among current students. This includes working to meet students' basic needs using state and federal funds, including forgiving student debt, covering textbooks, increasing food pantry hours, delivering food to students, operating call centers to reach out to students who haven't re-enrolled, providing childcare stipends and vouchers. Our system budget request to the Department of Finance includes a request for additional resources to help colleges with retention and enrollment and to improve our data systems. I finally conclude this quote with the chancellor's office really doesn't need reform, because that was one of the questions that was asked. Doesn't need reform. It needs more people. It operates the largest system of higher education in the country with 160 employees. And then I closed with thank you so much for the opportunity to respond to the inquiry. So that was my complete response. Much of that did not get into those articles, but I recognize, and I think we all recognize that the First Amendment, allows for differences of perspective, and it also allows news medias to pick and choose what it is that they think is important. But that was the total sum of my comments there. The next issue that I'd like to talk about is equitable transfer pathways and closing equity gaps for Black and African American students. You also have two other items, 5.1 and 5.4, that will speak to that. There is a clear connection across these two items around declining enrollment trends, and they show us that our Black and African American student population has been hardest hit by this pandemic. And for transfer, Black and African American students are also among the lowest transfer rates in our state. If we are going to advance the vision for success, we have to stay focused on equity. This is why this item, which is titled Equitable Transfer Pathways, is critically important. I'm hoping that you will listen very intently, ask your questions, but listen very intently to the presentation that has been prepared for this body. Traditional pathways may not work for all our students. And if that is the case, we need to wrestle with the why and provide the chancellor's office staff an opportunity to present what can be done and what the role of this board can play to encourage colleges, districts, four-year partners, and elected leaders in state and federal government to do the same. I will be honest, I have a bias against certain sectors of public higher education, and I am a proud UCLA alum. But in this role, right here, right now, I am committed to giving our students a fighting chance. And where opportunities exist, we need to remove the barriers, those barriers for our students. I hope that we can listen to the system experts and staff and focus on equitable returns. I want to mention a couple of other things. I know this report is long, but I think it's really important. Again, this is our last meeting. I had an opportunity to attend the listening tour at Napa College. And what I want to talk, but I want to talk broadly about the listening tour. So let me focus on key updates that impact our work as a board. I had a chance, as I said, to go to Napa. It was attended by Acting Chancellor Gonzalez, President Davison, the Student Senate President Gerardo Chavez, and it was a very important listening tour. I want to thank Napa College, especially the students for the wonderful tour. And I appreciated the opportunity to see another community navigating what it means to reopen their campus and managing the virtual campus and in-person campus. And 201 to everyone, including the president, the administrators, the students, the Senate, and the students. They shared their insights and their full support of the work that's being done. The next item I'd like to talk about is the invitation that I accepted to the California Economic Summit. I sat on a panel providing meaningful pathways. I have the opportunity and the honor to represent the system at this summit, where Governor Newsom spoke and recognized the role of our colleges in providing meaningful career pathways. And as a system, we must continue to innovate. And again, the 2022-23 system budget request of the board that the board adopted in September is our foundation to meet the demand. And by putting students first, we will lead California's equitable recovery. I also, both Acting Chancellor and I we both were invited to the CIO conference at the beginning of the month. I had a great time. I think Daisy had a great time as well in our presentation. But what I want to focus in on was a presentation that followed ours. And it was the keynote speaker, Keith Curry, who is president of Compton College. And he spoke truth about what is happening with our students. He talked about the successes at Compton College. I don't need to remind us, but it took 12 years for Compton College to become an independent college again. In no small way did President Curry make that happen. And he has helped to transform with his innovations that work. We had a chance to listen to him. And I just wanted to share that with you. And then finally, and this is my close, I know this is long. I want to just mention, I think you all have received Chancellor's a note that says that Chancellor Oakley will be returning to his position as Chancellor of the California Community College System. I know that he's been gone for about 5 months. I believe that the federal government and the Biden administration were lucky to have him, but his temporary assignment as special advisor to the Education Secretary Cardona, forgive me, has concluded, and he will officially return on November the 22nd. We will have a chance to hear from Chancellor Oakley at your December learning session, and so I'm hoping everyone will show up. It is an important one, but at this point, I want to thank Acting Chancellor Gonzalez for her leadership of the system for the last 5 months. She's done so with integrity, with empathy, with humility. She has shared the best, and I think that from where I sit, Chancellor Oakley could not have had a better person in his seat, in his absence, while he did the work that he did. So with that, I'd like to call on Acting Chancellor Gonzalez to please deliver the Chancellor's report. Thank you.
Thank you, President Haynes. Good morning, board members. And boy, am I relieved. Next Monday can't come soon enough. But good morning, everyone. I want to thank you for this incredible opportunity and for your leadership that always centers students in every policy and every solution that we create. This morning, I will likely take about 9 minutes of your time because I want to focus on 5 key updates. I want to talk about empowering student voices. I want to talk about enrollment. I want to talk about accountability and guided pathways, but more importantly, guided pathways at the Chancellor's office. And then I want to end with gratitude. So let me first start off with empowering student voices and like President Haynes, the lessons that we are seeing from the Student Center Listening Tour. As President Haynes mentioned, we've had the opportunity to visit several campuses alongside the Board of Governors. Primarily, Student Board member Yulia Tarasova has been at all of these tours. I'll just highlight. We've also been joined by the Student Senate President Gerardo Chavez and the Academic Senate President Dolores Davison. And we visited a number of colleges. We started off with Sierra College, then LA Valley College, Napa Valley. Tomorrow we head to Lassen, then on to Madera, Lake Tahoe, and finally San Diego. And Chancellor Oakley will be joining us at all of the rest of the tours. But I've heard 3 key issues that have emerged from students' lived experiences, primarily during this pandemic, that I want to share with the system today. The first is that student demand must drive educational modality. What we're learning on these tours is that students can learn online if they are supported online. But as Member Tarasova so kindly reminds us every time, reliable broadband infrastructure is critical. The second thing we are hearing very loudly from our students is that the resilience, we all acknowledge the resilience of students each and every single day, but the resilience of students comes from their desire to become the first in their families in order to help their families. This means that when we think about basic needs as a system, it's going to require us to understand their intersectional lives, what it means to be a working adult, what it means to be a student parent, a student with disabilities, a first-generation college student, and then create the seamless pathways with the resources that our students need to succeed. And lastly, I've heard loud and clear from students that they deeply believe that our colleges can and should be inclusive and safe environments. For some, fleeing unstable or violent homes during this pandemic, We are the safe space, and we've always been that safe space. So the connections that they have with our faculty and staff informs their sense of belonging and whether they feel safe on a campus. We will be providing you a full summary of what we learned when the tour concludes, likely at your January board meeting. At this time, we are just incredibly grateful to share what we are seeing early on. And there are so many other things that we are also learning and that will prepare us for the next legislative session. Now, let me transition over to the hot topic, and that's enrollment and persistence. I know that declining enrollment has been a key topic of interest lately, but it's also important to note that declining enrollment has been a long-standing problem for our system, but also nationally. Nationally, community college enrollment has been declining in the past decade. And in California, yes, it's connected to population growth and the slight declines there. But also the Department of Finance has projected an 11.4 decline in statewide enrollment by 2031. And we also know that K through 12 institutions have also had declining enrollment for several years. This is, as President Haynes mentioned, one of the reasons why the student-centered funding formula was so important as a part of implementing the vision for success. And in fact, under the student-centered funding formula, our colleges are receiving $632 million more than they would have under previous formulas. So for the Chancellor's office, what is happening to our students is why we choose to work in this system. And the vision for success is our North Star, because it calls all of us to examine what we do, how we can do better, and how we can better serve all Californians. I do want to acknowledge the incredible work from campus leaders and student leaders who have been working nonstop to create real solutions in the middle of this pandemic, and for some communities in the middle of multiple crises, including wildfires. We've all seen the statewide surveys from different research entities, but also our own statewide surveys. They all show that many of our students have been laid off. Many of our students are also reporting incomes that have lowered during this pandemic. 1 in 5 community college students have been furloughed. We are also seeing basic needs, homelessness, housing insecurity rising. In fact, 57% in our last survey. And 4 in 10 of our students are sharing that while they are in school during this pandemic, they have to take care of a family member. I mention that because it's time to do a little bit of a shift. At the beginning of this pandemic, we primarily focused on maximizing flexibility to ensure the continuity of instruction and to ensure that that was the top priority for our colleges. And while this pandemic has accelerated innovation, particularly in learning modalities, some structures still need to catch up, and that includes our enrollment definitions. But what is clear is that we need to continue to do more and stay focused on the transformations that prioritize persistence and student success. And at the top of that list is equitable placement for transfer level math and English. As a system, we have made significant progress to implement AB 705, and I want to recognize the Academic Senate for their leadership and partnership. But let's be clear, AB 705 isn't just an equity issue. It's an enrollment issue. What do I mean by that? Retention and completion is an enrollment strategy because AB 705 is at the center of the stigma that our students weigh when they look at our colleges for opportunity. I want to talk about accountability because in 2021-22, our state budget provided historic amounts of Proposition 98 for our system. And as I travel across the state campuses, I'm reminded of the incredible need, but also loudly about the challenges of one-time funding. And I want to be clear, as a system office, we have been clear about the need to put students first and serving students with urgency. That is the purpose of emergency funding, whether it's one time or not. So as we seek increasing transparency about emergency funding, the same needs to apply to everything else. The Vision for Success calls us to lead the work of partnering across systems for the purposes of strengthening pathways for students and improving results. And this year, transfer has been a key topic for our system. Lots of people have different ideas on how to improve transfer. And we know that AB 705 and other progress on the Vision for Success will help us achieve that goal that was recently documented in a Public Policy Institute of California report. However, as we keep hearing, the real gaps in transfer exist when we think about equity. We have the full commitment from our UC and CSU leadership to advance this work, but in the coming year, this system and you as a board will need to elevate these conversations and prioritize equitable student transfer. And this should apply to all four-year partners who seek to enroll our students. So we look forward to our discussion and the direction from this board on item 5.4. Now, let me end with just two final thoughts. The first is the Chancellor's Office realignment. This is very exciting news for us. You may have noticed in today's agenda a brand new office, the Institutional Supports and Success Office. It is a part of the November 5th notice that you received. And it's a part of what we're calling the Chancellor's Office implementation of guided pathways. It's how we have learned during this pandemic that our own structures need to transform. And they need to transform in order to remove structural barriers that we, as a system office, are creating. So we are creating a disconnect in programs and initiatives in our campuses. For our own agency, it's also going to help us create intentional integration, improve our organizational resilience, and strengthen the communication and cross-unit collaboration that needs to exist in order to implement the Vision for Success. But the Institutional Supports and Success Office will be led by Executive Vice Chancellor Lizette Navarrete. Under one umbrella, it brings college finance and facilities, institutional effectiveness partnership initiative, and government relations under one umbrella. In phase 2, which we have not implemented, you will see the Equitable Student Learning Experience and Impact Office. And I want to thank Member Williams for inspiring this office, because on day one of his first meeting, he said, who in this office is focused on the student experience? We've taken a close look at what happens when we have a divide between the credit and the non-credit side, career technical education, and then the initiatives that wrap around a student. So our Equitable Student Learning Experience and Impact Office will be led by Executive Vice Chancellor Alvarado, and it does bridge the gap between educational services and supports in our Workforce and Economic Development Division. In phase 3, which has not happened yet, we're looking forward to connect and bridging data and technology for this system. And now let me just end with gratitude, because I've now gone on very long. I love our students. I love our system, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity, but as I said, also relieved. I am so excited and thankful for the support of the Board of Governors, Chancellor Oakley, and the system office, and incredibly proud of our collective work and the actions that we have taken. But we have a long way to go. Very grateful to our district and campus leaders. And here today, we have 2 exemplary members in our own board who are campus leaders that may be having their last board meeting with us today. So I do want to acknowledge Board Member Grande and Board Member Rawlings and thank them for their dedication and hard work at their own campus, but also as statewide leaders on this board. Member Grande, you have been instrumental as we seek to create seamless K-12 career pathways, as we seek to integrate and implement guided pathways and design intentional professional development for CTE faculty. And as a member of this board, your expertise in workforce and innovations in education have been critical to the success of our 116 colleges. And Member Rawlings, your expertise in technology has provided the system office the opportunity to make technology infrastructure a key priority and to rethink the entire structure. You've also been an invaluable partner to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion for more than 2 years, and meaningfully help us develop how we can engage classified staff and connect them to the professional development that they need to implement the Vision for Success. We are incredibly grateful for your dedication to all of our students and to California's future. So on behalf of the Chancellor's Office, I want to thank the 2 of you. You have made a difference, and we cannot thank you enough. So with that, President Haynes, this concludes the Chancellor's report.
Put myself on mute, sorry. Thank you so much for your report. I think we'll have an opportunity in our board members' reports to say nice things about our two board members. But I want to get through, at least begin our the meat of our meeting. Let me say that we're not going to recess for closed session. But what board members will get sometime this morning or sometime today is a written closed session update. So be looking for that in your emails later on. With that, I'd like to get a motion for 3.1, which is the consent calendar, a motion and a second.
I'll move approval.
Second.
So I have an approval, a move by Grande and a second from Williams. Would you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo,
Aye.
Amy Costa,
Aye.
Tom Epstein,
Aye.
Jolena Grande,
Aye.
Pamela Haynes,
Aye.
Jennifer Perry,
Aye.
Bill Rawlings,
Aye.
Roy Shalbazian,
Yes.
Valerie Shaw,
Yes.
Yulia Tarasova,
Aye.
Blas Villalobos,
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
President Haynes, the motion carries.
Thank you. Our next agenda item, we're getting ready to go into our action calendar. So 4.1, which is the approval of contracts and grants, and we have is it Vice Chancellor? I think we have some new Executive Vice Chancellor Navarrete. I want to get the title right, presenting on this item.
Good morning, Board President Haynes, Vice President Costa, and members of the board. Lizette Navarrete, Executive Vice Chancellor, Institutional Supports and Success. The first item on your action calendar today is 4.1, the approval of contracts and grants. For November, you have 6 items to consider. The first consists of resources for professional development for the California Virtual Campus Online Education Initiative. The second is the data and contract that we receive from the National Student Clearinghouse. The third for your consideration is a no-cost extension to Veteran Resource Centers, programs, and work plans. The fourth is a new grant for historically Black colleges and universities as part of our transfer project agreement. And the fifth is a new regional collaborations as part of regional consortiums to facilitate workforce strategies. And the last one before you, also a workforce grant, consists of those for California apprenticeships in the High Road Training Partnership. Happy to answer any questions. More details are provided in your item.
Thank you for that presentation. Vice President Costa, do you see any hands raised from our board members?
I don't see any board members with hands raised. If anybody wants to speak, raise your hand.
We have one. Tom Epstein.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I just had a couple of quick questions. On the one about veteran centers, there were widely different amounts for the veteran centers. I was just curious how that formula works.
Yeah, these the contracts in item for the Veterans Center is actually an extension of resources. These are allocated for based on the number of students, the size of the campus, but also the need and what they needed to get an extension for resources. So the initial allocation is really based on size.
Thanks. And just on 4.5, the one about the workforce Funding. As I looked at the goals for next year, it didn't seem to indicate how many students would be served by these grants. Is that something that you measure?
This is something that I'd have to follow up and get more details. It's something that the programs do take into consideration, but I don't know if it's something that's directly reported, so we can follow up with you on that item.
It seems like that would be a good metric for the effectiveness.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public? Oh, I'm sorry. Vice President Costa?
Yeah, just really quickly, I think, we have a number of, including a new workforce grant for the high road training programs. And I think President Haynes, through you, at a future date, it would be, I think, helpful for the board to get a briefing on our workforce development programs. I think given where we are in the economy, these are going to be really important. And there's a number of new programs that the Chancellor's office is working with districts to launch.
I agree with you. Thank you for that, that suggestion.
That's great. We'll note that. Thank you.
Is there any public comment?
Comment period for item 4.1 is now open. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment to the board. If you are calling in, press *9. A member of the Chancellor's office will call on you and allow you to address the board. You have a maximum of 3 minutes.
There are no hands raised for public comment.
Thank you. And is there, are there any email comments for this item?
There are currently no written comments for this item.
All right, then can I get a motion to approve? And a second?
Also move.
Approve.
Perry
and Rawlings.
Perry moved, Rawlings seconded. Would you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo,
Aye.
Amy Costa,
Aye.
Tom Epstein,
Aye.
Jolena Grande,
Aye.
Pamela Haynes,
Aye.
Jennifer Perry,
Aye.
Bill Rawlings,
Aye.
Roy Shabazian,
Yes.
Valerie Shaw,
Yes.
Yulia Tarasova,
Aye.
Blas Villalobos,
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
President Haynes, the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to 4.2, which is the election of the 2022 board officers. We will have Executive Vice Chancellor Alvarado present on this one.
Good morning, Board President Haynes, Vice President Costa, members of the board. I'm Marty Alvarado, Executive Vice Chancellor for Educational Services and Support. It is my pleasure to join you this morning for the item 4.2, the election of the 2022 board officers. Hard to believe it's already going to be 2022. So as you will recall, this was an item in September for first read. At that point in time, there were 2 nominations, the nomination for member Haynes as president and member Costa for vice president. Our office has received no new or additional nominations. And so that is where we still stand. And I believe we can, at your discretion, President Haynes, take it for a vote.
Before we do that, is there anyone from the floor who wishes to nominate themselves or anyone else for president? I don't see any hands raised. Is there anyone from the floor who wishes to nominate or present themselves for vice president? I don't see any hands raised there. So are there any board member comments on this item at this point? Mr. Rawlings.
Thanks for that. So I just wanted to say as we've gone through this past year, I've seen both your and the vice president's kind of fingerprints on some of the issues we've been tackling. And I think you two have made an outstanding team. I'm really glad that you two were willing to keep on doing what you're doing, because I certainly appreciate it.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I don't see other hands raised. So do we have, I don't know if we, yeah, we do. Is there any public comment?
The public comment period for item 4.2 is now open. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment to the board. If you are calling in, press *9. A member of the Chancellor's office will call on you and allow you to address the board. You have a maximum of 3 minutes. We have no written comments for this item.
Thank you.
President Haynes, there are no hands raised.
All right, I appreciate that. Then can I get a motion to, we take these one at a time. Am I correct about that? We can't do this all in one fell swoop. So then would you, what's my language here?
Can I move the nomination?
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Thank you so much. Would you move the nomination for president, please? And second.
I think Joseph beat me to the punch, so I'm gonna let
Okay.
Joseph make the motion. I'll second.
Williams motioned and Costa seconded. Then would you please call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo. Oh, so for the well, let's do this as a one. So for the record, we're going to do this as a voice of vote. President Haynes, I will call for the president vote first and the vice president vote second. So for the record, for the 2022 president of the board, we have one nomination. President Pamela Haynes was nominated by Vice President Costa during the September board meeting. When I call your name, please state the full name of the member who you are voting for president. Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Pamela Haynes.
Amy Costa.
Pamela Haynes.
Tom Epstein.
Pam Haynes.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo. You are muted.
Pamela Haynes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jolena Grande.
Pam Haynes.
Pamela Haynes.
Oh, Pam Haynes.
Jennifer Perry.
Pamela Haynes.
Bill Rawlings.
Pamela Haynes.
Roy Shabazian.
Pamela Haynes.
Valerie Shaw.
Pamela Haynes.
Yulia Tarasova.
Pamela Haynes.
Blas Villalobos.
Pamela Haynes.
Joseph Williams.
Pamela Haynes.
By unanimous vote, President Haynes has been voted the board president for 2022. Congratulations.
Thank you so very much. I've never had my name called out in an election, and it is a bit overwhelming, and I'll try to keep my emotions intact. This has been a challenging year, but it's been a year worth doing the things that we are doing on behalf of our students. And I feel comfortable in this board supporting our students 100% and supporting the work of the system. I'm not going to say much more than that, but thank you for your vote of confidence. I truly appreciate it. And hopefully I hope to this coming year to earn it as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will now go on to the vice president vote. For the record, for the 2022 vice president of the board, we have one nomination. Vice President Amy Costa was nominated by President Haynes during the September board meeting. As a reminder, when I call your name, please state the full name of the member who you are voting for vice president. Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Amy Costa.
Amy Costa.
Amy Costa. That's weird.
Tom Epstein.
Amy Costa.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Amy M. Costa.
Jolena Grande.
Amy Costa.
Pamela Haynes,
Amy Costa,
Jennifer Perry,
Amy M. Costa.
Bill Rawlings,
Amy Costa.
Roy Shabassian,
Amy Costa.
Valerie Shaw,
Amy Costa.
Yulia Tarasova,
Amy Costa.
Blas Villalobos,
Amy Costa.
Joseph Williams.
Amy Costa.
By unanimous vote, Vice President Costa has been voted the board vice president for 2022. Congratulations, President Haynes, the motion carries.
Thank you. Amy, you have an opportunity to say a few words.
Just thank you. I think Pam said it. It's been an extraordinarily tough year, both for our chancellor's office staff as well as all of our districts. We have a lot of important work that Dr. Gonzalez outlined that we've accomplished, and certainly a lot more ahead of us. So here we go, guys.
Thank you. With that dispensed with, we're going to move to item 4.3, which is the proposed revisions to Title V changes in distance education. And we have Vice Chancellor Ruan O'Shaughnessy presenting, and I will let her announce her co-presenters.
Great. Good morning, President Haynes, Vice President Costa, Chancellor Gonzalez, and members of the board. I'm Rebecca Ruan O'Shaughnessy, Vice Chancellor for Educational Services and Support. The item in front of you is the proposed revisions to Title V changes relating to distance education. Joining me today are my two co-presenters, Stormy Miller, Director of Student Services, Student Accessibility Services, Psychological Services at College of Marin, and Adina Rutland, Director of Student Accessibility Services at San Jose City College. Next slide, please. The item came to this board in July for the first read, and it's coming back to this board today as an action item. What I want to point out is what's proposed today has gone through multiple revisions based on the input received from the participatory governance process and from the public comments periods. So I want to really thank DTEC, DECO, DSPS, KPAD, Student Senate, the Academic Senate, the CIOs, and 5C, and the Consultation Council for their partnership. In fact, we made additional changes in response to the most recent 15-day public comment period. Because they were added after the deadline for board item submission, they did not make it into the digest. So I will provide details in these two additional revisions in future slides. Next slide, please. There are three goals for the proposed revisions. The first goal is to provide students with more information relating to class expectations and technical requirements in distance education. The second goal is to align relevant Title V language with federal distance education regulations. And the third goal is to make explicit the importance of accessibility in distance education and to bring specificity to the compliance requirement. So this slide really summarizes the impacted sections and the relevant areas. All the blue texts indicate the changes that we have made since the first read. Next slide, please. The proposed revision in section 55005 relating to disclosure to students remains unchanged. Again, what we're trying to do here is to inform students with necessary details prior to enrollment, so then they can make better informed decisions in terms of whether to enroll in these classes, in distance education classes, or how to be better prepared for these classes in advance. With this revision, we recognize that some colleges will have to adjust their practices, so they are setting up course expectations at the front end rather than after the fact. But this is what guided pathways and student-centered design is all about. When we commit to own student performance, we have to shift burdens from students to institutions. Understanding that sometimes expectations do change, right? With the change or late assignment of faculty, but we should always strive for changing to reduce, not to add to student burdens, right? And then fundamentally, there are plenty of ways to reasonably inform students of the changes afterwards, whatever that may be at the local level. Next slide, please. Under instruction, what we're trying to do here is to align existing regulations with federal regulations. The blue bullet points are the areas that are new since the first read. All the proposed provisions in this area do not fundamentally change how we have been offering distance education. We have received comments in two areas. One is asking for additional clarifications, and we're in the process of soliciting input from the stakeholders, determining what our roles are, given many of the details are locally controlled, right? And then prepare to draft guidance memos accordingly. There are also additional comments and suggestions to the language that will substantively change some criteria relating to instruction. We very much appreciate them. So this proposal in front of you is really the first pass to bring regulations into alignment with the federal regulations. We'll take additional comments back and go through further participatory engagement and regulatory review in the future. And I anticipate to bring those changes back to you. Next slide, please. Under accessibility, not only are we continuing to emphasize the importance of general compliance with ADA and the Rehabilitation Act, we're also bringing more specificity to the language. And I want to extend a heartfelt appreciation for our partners on DSPS, KPAD, and other stakeholders and advocates for their leadership and collaboration in coming up with the proposed language. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we made two additional changes in response to the most recent public comments. And though these two did not make it to the digest. The first one is in the area of instruction. Under section 55204, the language in front of you on this slide requires distance education courses to include regular and substantive interaction among students, but does allow for the exception for limited situations where that's not applicable. For example, for courses like cooperative work experience. The second revision is in the area of accessibility. We're adding section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act to the authority cited. While section 508 requires the colleges to ensure our products and services work for all students, including students with disabilities, section 504 specifically requires that the colleges provide students with disabilities with reasonable accommodation if they cannot use the products and services as is. Next slide, please. I'll end my presentation with this quote. For people without disabilities, technology makes things easier. For people with disabilities, technology makes things possible. So with this very powerful quote, I'm going to turn it over to my first presenters, Stormy.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, and good morning, members of the board. Again, I'm Stormy Miller-Sabia, Director of Student Accessibility and Psychological Services at College of Marin, and I'm the chair of the DSPS Statewide Advisory, formerly known as the DSPS Regional Coordinators Advisory. And on behalf of the advisory, I'd like to thank the Chancellor's Office for the opportunity to partner in this work. In addition to the California Association for Post-Secondary Education, D work group, and many members of the DSPS field who provided feedback and input to guide us in these language changes. The specific changes, as Vice Chancellor referenced, are adding a definition of accessible in the context of distance education and adding the specific requirement that a course outline of record or its addendum must explain how the course design and course materials are accessible to every student, including students with disabilities. We believe these changes reflect what we mean by deciding and designing with the student in mind and speak to accountability in our aim to be equity-minded and access-centered. We recognize the opportunities for learning and new pedagogical approaches that have emerged from the pandemic, but we are all fully aware of the difficulties students have faced, from a rise in mental health challenges, impact to housing and employment, technological barriers to access, and shifts in the way we usually seek and receive support from our community, and acknowledging that this mode of learning isn't always accessible to every student. As we more broadly see how enrollment has been impacted within the system, within DSPS, we've seen close to a 25% decrease in the number of students with disabilities served in our offices. And 50% of the students we serve identify as being Black and Latinx. And we have seen the most significant impact to these students with a 34% decrease in Black students that we've served and 24% decrease in Latinx students that we've served through DSPS. Among students with disabilities, we see students with learning disabilities, intellectual disabilities, mobility conditions being the most impacted. So we believe that this work is a good and necessary initial step in terms of regulatory action, but we know that there's more work that needs to be done. And this involves actionable steps, such as thinking about procurement of accessible technologies that support learning, embracing universal design principles and pedagogy, prioritizing access in all aspects of course design, asking ourselves, who can understand this? Who can see this? Where can I exercise creative flexibility? Understanding that the provision of access is collective and community work, and it doesn't live in a department or office. We should notice the ways that ableism manifests in educational spaces and recognize the intersect between ableism and racism and its impact on the students we serve. We should create space for the personal narrative because we know that there's nothing more powerful than amplifying student voice in our access work. So I thank you again for this opportunity to highlight these regulatory sections related to accessibility and to speak to what mutual responsibility and accountability in this work looks like. And with that, I will go ahead and pass it on to my colleague, Dina Rutland.
Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Edina Ratland. I am the director of the Student Accessibility Services at San Jose City College. I am also the incoming president of the California Association for Post-Secondary Education and Disabilities. I am also profoundly deaf. I have been deaf since age 15 as a result of a car accident. I was also born and raised in Hungary, so I know I have an accent. Please bear with me. I am trying to share my thoughts with you in support of everything that Dr. Stormy Miller-Sabia shared with you and why it is so important, why we are supporting and advocating for the change in distance education regulation as it comes to accessibility. I would like to thank the Chancellor's Office for the collaboration, for working with us, for supporting us. In fact, the quote that the Vice Chancellor shared with you, that's really amazing and really showed what exactly we are trying to do and what our life is really about. It is so easy to forget that many of the technological advances you enjoy today, they were originally developed for people with disabilities. If you think about it, text messaging, those were created so deaf and hard of hearing people can communicate with each other because we can't easily use the phone. Larger font sizes, they were developed for people with low vision so they can see text better. Currently, you are enjoying voice-to-text, text-to-speech opportunities because they were developed originally for people with disabilities in mind. However, people without disabilities can fall back on other opportunities if any of these technologies is not available. People with disabilities, we are lost. We are left with nothing if the technological advances are not working. The case in point is the last Board of Governors meeting where I was trying to present to you, and just a few minutes before my speech, the closed caption disappeared. I was left without any resource. I did not know what I am saying. I did not know if my voice was clear enough. I did not know if you were trying to communicate with me, if you had any questions, any comments, because the captions disappeared. So I was left with no support. I was lucky because I am used to this and I could go to plan B, quickly figuring out what to do. But I was so incredibly nervous and stressed because I could not fully understand the context. Imagine what happens when this happens to our students in a classroom when they are not getting access or access is lost in a blink of an eye. What can they do? Last time that I was speaking with you, my colleague, Dr. Stormy Miller-Sabia, spoke up for me because she was trying to advocate for me, but it is not always available for our students. So they lose information, they lose access to educational materials. Of course, there is a way to remedy that. The SPS professionals, we can support our students if they speak up, but many of our students don't speak up. They are frustrated, they are resignated, they are really disheartened by all the obstacles they have to face. So even if we do find some remedies, even if we can provide some accessible materials after the fact, it is not equal access. It is far from being equal access. I can't tell you how many times I was being offered. I can get the recording, the transcript after the meeting because I couldn't have access during the meeting. Then imagine that means I have to look for an interpreter who will interpret the recordings for me. I will have to take more time. I will have to take more energy to make sure I'm getting access to something that was available to you during the meeting. The same with our students. They don't have the time, they don't have often the opportunity to go back and try to fix that would have been their natural access during a classroom. So it's really important for our students to get equal access and make sure they are not missing the crucial information that will impact their life, that will impact their access, and that will impact their grades. Again, I would like to emphasize that even if accommodations are provided after the fact, it is not equal access. If we are to stay true to our mission of student-centeredness and equitable access for all students, we need to ensure that all educational materials are made accessible before they are used for a class. Anything less is a disservice to our students. We have about 10% of students with disabilities, depending on the college. They are working very hard at trying to beat all odds to make sure they can attain their educational goals. Our vision for success must include removing every possible impediment that is within our means, and creating accessible educational materials is certainly within our means. Not only because it is the law, but because it is our mission. It is true that the laws have been here for a long time. We are asking you to please add them back to the regulations because language is crucial and powerful. These laws have been here for several decades. Even the most recent that is most relevant to distance education, Section 508, that has been here for more than a decade. But here we are, here I am asking you to please not to remove the mention of those laws because their application is not as evident as you may see, as you may think, as it should be. If that was the case, I would not be here asking you to please make sure that accessibility is included in higher education. So despite my several attempts, it happens many times that I do not have full access to my meetings. Same for our students, despite their attempts to request access to their classes, make sure everything is accessible, many times it doesn't happen. So if it happened, we would not have the SPS students dropping out of school because their classes are not accessible and they are disheartened by the obstacles they face. So I am asking you today to please support this request and take every opportunity to advocate for universal design and equal access for students with disabilities. Approving our request to add the requested changes would be much appreciated and an important first step toward our goal. Thank you so much for listening to me today and giving me the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you, Stormy and Adina. I want to echo all their powerful presentation, and then also echo Acting Chancellor Gonzalez opening remarks. Right, distance education can be an equal and even preferred option to ensure learning for students if we listen to their needs, recognize their intersecting identities, and then deciding and designing with students in mind, right? That means engaging in universal design principles in services and pedagogy to ensure accessibility for all, and then shifting the burdens from students, especially students with disabilities, to us as institutions. So that responsibility doesn't reside just at the DSPS advocates, right? But it should be an institutional priority. So this is all to say, this is the very beginning of us making that transformation in distance education a reality. We're happy to take any questions and comments and are respectfully asking for your approval of this item as proposed.
So thank you so much for that presentation. And I want to thank the two presenters that you brought forward to tell their stories on their realities. I think it was an education for so many of us. Is there any board comment?
I have one.
I see two hands up. Member Williams and then Member Grande.
First, thank you for the presentation and for all of the work that went into pulling all of this together. I just wanted to find out how the late hiring of faculty, that the comment related to that, how that was addressed as it relates to asynchronous activities. What was the solution to, how is that going to be addressed?
Board Member Williams, thank you very much for that question. So we are not changing the requirement of the disclosure to students prior to enrollment, right? So each classes should, so that way require institutions to shift some of their practices to make sure that the class expectations are put forth prior to enrollment, right? So understanding that changes could happen. There are two ways. One is that the faculty should really strive to reduce student burdens, right? So then they can provide that reasonable notification after the hiring of the faculty and provide additional updates to students regarding that expectation. And the second piece of it is this is really driving at students redesigning and shifting that burden from students to faculty is to the institutions. So then the students are aware of the general expectation, right? That doesn't preclude additional notification afterwards to provide updates to students.
But will that have a negative impact on students? So like if the adjunct faculty member is hired after the schedule is printed and they want you to go on a tour of a museum or something like that, are they not able to host that, or what's the impact on the student in those kind of situations? Because it sounds like faculty get hired after the schedule is already printed. So what are some of your recommendations that districts do in order to change their practices?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Vice Chancellor O'Shaughnessy. I'll jump in from the academic side since I know that our Vice Chancellor Lowe is not on just yet. But I think this is where institutions have two things they need to be doing to try to get in front of this. Again, to make sure that we are carrying the burden as institutions, not placing that on students after the fact. The first is really taking a look at course outlines and course expectations. And so visiting museums or going on extracurricular activities is a core requirement, then that can be built in on the front end of those course outlines. I think the second piece is if it is not a core requirement, but it is a common practice, building that in on the front end, because it's much easier to alleviate a burden from a student saying, while it said you had to visit a museum, you don't necessarily have to as part of your core grading structure, right? So it's easier to remove those burdens than to impose them after the fact, when students need to know that up front as they make their schedules, right, for the semester. I
So
think that, go ahead.
The specific location is not required to be reprinted. Okay.
Right, yeah, so I think it's much more, it's irrespective if it's on campus or off campus, it is setting the communicating the expectation up front that there will be obligations for you to have access to transportation, to coordinate childcare, to have some sort of obligation that is different than what you think you are signing up for when you are signing up for a distance ed course.
Understood. My last question is about the substantive interaction with a lot of these courses being hybrid in nature or online in nature. Is there anything that we can do to incentivize and or hold districts accountable to making sure that students are getting real, substantive interactions? Because there's times when folks are just seeing a PowerPoint, or it's just, like, what can we do to just, because if I'm paying for the course, then like I want some instruction.
Right. Again, from the instructional side, I think this is something that we can take to our 5C statewide committee and work with Academic Senate, because I do think this is something that has been a discussion since pre-pandemic, as we've been moving forward with different regulations, whether that's corresponding education or distance education. That what that looks like in terms of monitoring and expectation setting is, I think, beyond these particular regulations, but is a conversation that we need to make sure we are circling back with. So we'll take that back.
Okay. Thank you, President Haynes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Who is our next speaker? I don't see that hand raised anymore.
It was Grande originally.
Okay. So Member Grande, do you have your question been answered?
No, not yet. I
Okay.
didn't lower my hand. Someone else did it for me, and I appreciate that, because sometimes I forget to lower my hand after I've raised my hand and I've already asked my question. But this actually is in tandem with Board Member Williams' line of inquiry. And first, I'll thank you for providing the information and allowing the 2 series of public comments on this. I'm thinking in terms of operationally speaking, as a faculty member, I believe that we are making tremendous strides in helping students understand the course expectations, especially in the online environment. For so many of our students, they are unaware of the intricacies of online delivery, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous. And I believe us providing more information to the students at the outset, especially at the schedule level, so that they can make informed decisions about the classes that they may be enrolling in, is going to be hugely beneficial. But this goes one step further, and I really hope that by faculty really shifting their emphasis to what the students need to have at the outset for a course will allow the students to ask the campuses to provide the level of supports that are necessary from day one, if not 1 week before day one, when they're initially logging on to their Canvas course sites or other LMS systems. I think this is going to be tremendous in terms of helping our students be prepared from the beginning of a course and not playing catch up, especially in terms of the technology accommodations that they may need. So I am a huge fan and advocate of shifting the burden. And thank you very much for allowing us this opportunity to entertain the alterations to the Title V regulations.
Thank you. We have 2 other hands raised, Member Terrasova and Member Elizondo.
Thank you, President Haynes. I would like to thank our amazing speakers for today's amazing presentation. Online education has been challenging for many students as the COVID-19 pandemic hit, but as Acting Chancellor Gonzalez mentioned today, community college students are resilient. And this past couple of months, I had a wonderful opportunity to join Chancellor's listening tour. As I was engaging with the students in conversations about their learning experience during the pandemic, I noticed a recurring theme. Students shared that hybrid modality for coursework has been very successful for them. The ability to engage both in Zoom lecture with the fellow students and professor and then having access to the recorded lecture has been improving their learning experience and success in the class overall. So thank you, Board Member Williams and Grande, for emphasizing the importance of the substantive interaction with the students. But unfortunately, I also have heard that others shares that they had to drop their classes in the middle of the semester. And when I further asked for their reasons, I had a few to name. One student shared with me that she had to drop her initially online math class as she was unable to commute to campus on Tuesdays when professor changed the class modality in the middle of the semester, simply because she couldn't afford an extra day of childcare for her 3 kids. And now she is set back on her graduation date and transfer from spring 2022 to fall. So I would really like to emphasize to the board the importance of these distance education changes, because providing students with the information before their registration for the class will definitely help students to make an informed decision during the registration, but most importantly, to stay enrolled, as we as a system are centered around the student's success, and this language specifically targets the importance of students staying enrolled. But also I know that successful transfer is a clear priority for the Board of Governors, and I would like to ask Chancellor's office in the future cleanup of this item to see additional changes in the section 550055. I think it is important to include not only whether the course is transferable to baccalaureate institutions, but take it a step further, specifically to include the information about the IGETC and CSU areas that the class covers, if that's possible.
Thank you, Member Terra Silva. Member Elizondo.
Good evening. That's where I'm at today. Good morning, everybody. I would like to echo the sentiments from all the other board members. I completely appreciate this item. 2 things. I was very surprised to learn that it was not general practice across the system to let students know upfront. At Santa Monica College, our practice is we have the modalities. We have 7 different modalities at the moment, and we list them, and instructors are required to stick within that modality for the remainder of the semester because it was listed in the course class schedule. And so to kind of Member Williams' point and Tarasova's point, it's really important for students to have that stability throughout the semester to be able to guarantee that they're able to count on the institution that they're going to stick with the promise that was promised to them in the class schedule and enrollment, in paying for the classes, not do something that was necessarily easier for the instructor or easier for the college and placing the burden on the student. Furthermore, I am also a student in DSPS services, so I appreciate the comments that were made today. I found myself in my learning journey that online and distance education was much easier for me and did open those possibilities, as the quote shared. And it's been something I've been pushing and sharing, that it is a access to equity and across the system. And so as we move forward, I think that not only should we be looking at the regulations that are around how we offer these courses and how we list them, but also expanding in our online offerings to access and reach out to students that we have either never served or students that we have been serving better during the pandemic. It has been a challenging time for a lot of students, but a lot of students such as myself have also thrived in this situation and have been able to take more units and more courses than I ever have in the past, because now classes are online that were not in the recent past. And so I know that at my college, we've been dealing with some of the courses that are required to obtain certain associate's degrees or transfer pathways for ADTs are no longer offered online. And for those students that were out of state or still out of country or not comfortable coming back in person, I think that that is part of this conversation as well. How do we serve all of our students and expand on enrollment? As we mentioned earlier, our enrollment has been declining even pre-pandemic, and I think that this may be a solution to that.
So thank you for those comments. I appreciate it. I don't see any other hands raised by our board members, so I'd like to entertain whether or not there's public comment.
The public comment period for item 4.3 is now open. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment to the board. If you are calling into the meeting, use *9 to activate the raise hand feature. A member of the Chancellor's office will call on you and allow you to address the board. You'll have a maximum of 3 minutes. We did receive 2 written comments for this item, and I'll hand it over to my colleague Christina for the details.
President Haynes, for item 4.3, there were 2 written comments received in support. These comments are posted to the board docs agenda for viewing. My colleague Gary will call on those who are with us today on Zoom that wish to provide live verbal comments to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have several hands raised. Let's start with Wendy Brill Winecoop. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good morning, President Haynes, Vice President Costa, Acting Chancellor Daisy Gonzalez, and members of the Board of Governors. I am Wendy Brill Winecoop, President of the Faculty Association of the California Community Colleges. FAC appreciates the Chancellor's Office working in consultation to redraft the Distance Ed Title V revisions. This is a great example of system partners working together to create appropriate and strong regulations that benefit our students. In addition, given President Haynes' report, I'd like to take a moment to mention I've particularly appreciated working with Acting Chancellor Daisy Gonzalez over the past 4 months and look forward to future collaboration with the Chancellor's Office with the return of Chancellor Oakley. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rebecca Dahl. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Yeah, hi. I'm a parent of 2 students with disability access accommodations, including additional time on tests. And we have found the online classes to be helpful, especially the ones with Zoom, the synchronous classes. I'm a little confused as to why they're all being pulled for the spring. Only online classes with no live instruction are remaining, at least in Southern California. And a lot of the online classes are being compressed to 4 to 8 weeks with very limited 18-week classes, especially in history. For students with learning disabilities or lower reading speeds, this really makes their access to education extremely difficult and problematic. Also, with the course descriptions and things like that, and you talk about hybrid, a lot of students with disabilities pick classes based on professors that meet their needs. In the last 12 months, we've regularly had professors change after enrollment with no notification to the student, and that may no longer be a good fit. You also have professors who are very rigid on their test accommodations. And if a student needs to do additional time on a test prior to the scheduled synchronous time, and that conflicts with an existing class, that causes a lot of stress and anxiety and coordination with disability services, and in sometimes actually prohibits a student from getting the extra time on the test that they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Beach. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Beach. I'm the Director of Distance Education at Santa Rosa Junior College. I'm also a member of the Distance Education Coordinators Organization and the Distance Education and Education Technology Advisory Committee to the Chancellor's Office. I did submit some written comments, but I just wanted to emphasize one in particular, particularly in light of a couple of the other comments that were made by board members in support of regular and substantive interaction. I believe that aligning our Title V wording in 55204 with the federal language, which has to encompass a much wider array of institutions than those that are in our system. I believe that adopting it just as it is would water down our requirements for regular and substantive interaction in light of the fact that it says that instructors have to choose at least 2 of the following, and 2 of those are providing instruction and assessment. So I don't believe that providing instruction and assessment by itself, it would rise to the level of regular and substantive interaction with students. So I'm proposing that those 2 be made part of the baseline, and that the rest of the options be made to be the list of selecting 2 or more, so that the wording would say, in addition to providing instruction and assessment, instructors will do at least 2 of the following. So thank you for letting me comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gerardo Chavez. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good morning, President Haynes, Vice President Acosta, and Board of Governors members. This is Gerardo Chavez, President of the Student Senate for California Community Colleges. As we join the Chancellor's office in the listening tour, and we have conducted college visits of our own, we have heard from our very own students about their experiences, about the transparency, flexibility, and interactions in distance education and its impact on their academic performance. However, we have also heard successful stories about the innovative practices that we have seen in distance education and how it has helped students move forward within their academic journey. With that being said, it is important to ensure that distance education works for all of our students, specifically our students with disabilities. And the proposed amendments to the distance education regulation will do just that. Specifically, section 55005, which adds various online courses disclosures to students prior to enrollment in a course, including in-person synchronous meeting dates and times, asynchronous in-person activities, such as labs or field trips, and the technology and application requirements. Our students need to know what they are signing up for, especially we have seen with the pandemic, the digital divide has become more visible, and our students need to know whether they are going to be needing technology or not within those classes. Our students need to know what they're signing up for. Therefore, the Student Senate urges the Board of Governors to serve students with urgency by approving these proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paul Grossman. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good morning, President Haynes, Vice President Acosta, board members, Dr. O'Shaughnessy, and to my dear friends, Stormy and Adina. I'm Paul Grossman. I am Executive Counsel to the Association for Higher Education and Disability. I'm an individual with multiple disabilities and consequently was a college dropout. But I came back to college, had some barriers removed, and ultimately I became Chief Regional Attorney for the Office for Civil Rights for 40 years and taught disability law at Hastings for 20 years. I want to join Dr. Nicole Smith and Stormy and Adina and Dr. Shaughnessy in thanking you all for listening seriously to the comments in-house and from the public as to revisions to the content of the regulation. And I personally feel that I was very well and carefully listened to, and I'm deeply appreciative of that. But this is just the first step. And there is so much work to be done with regard to the inclusion of students with disabilities in the California community college system, and even in your own thinking. And I look to commitment 6 of the DEI, and I note it discusses difficult conversations, that they will be necessary. And I think one of the difficult conversations that we need to have with you all is whether DEI is right or whether it needs to be DEIA, A standing for access. The disability community is not doing well with regard to access to higher education. Only 8% of individuals with disabilities have a 2-year degree, and only 4% have a 4-year degree. Consequently, we're really dependent on the kindness of strangers, board members who have children with disabilities. This is not good enough. We need to be able to become self-sufficient. We need to be able to speak for ourselves. We need to be included. We need to be included in your thinking. And I think looking back, and all I can look at, of course, is the objective measures. We have a long way to go in being included in your thinking. And I went through a series of important documents, policy documents. I went through both of the vision documents. I went through the guided pathway documents. I read the board resolution declaring Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Month. I read the Disability, Equity, Inclusion Glossary. I read the Disability and Inclusion Competencies and Criteria, the local use of functioning equivalency, the chancellor's kickoff for marketing and outreach to get students to come back to school. And I converted all those documents to Word, and I asked this question: how many times is the word disability used? How many times is the word ableism used? How much mention is there of mental health? The answer is, from all those critical documents, all those documents that you call your North Star, there is one mention of the word diversity, one mention of the word ableism, and one mention of the word mental health. And it leaves me thinking as an individual with a disability, and it's going to leave the disability community thinking we don't count.
30 seconds.
We are not an element of diversity. We are not underserved. You all need to enter into that difficult dialogue with us so that we can become important, so that we can contribute. And my last thought that I want to leave with you is this: if you want to achieve the DEI goals, you must recognize that many of the students of color who are not achieving their goals are individuals with disabilities. If you don't recognize addressing disability, you're never going to achieve the goals that you have already set out for your communities of color. Thank you very much.
The last hand that I see raised is Joanna Miller. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you very much for allowing me time to speak today. My name is Joanna Miller. I am the Dean of Distance Education at Contra Costa Community College District. I'm also a former chair of DTAC, the Advisory Committee to the Chancellor's Office, and I currently serve as a Vice President on the CCC DE Coordinators Organization, as well as the CVC OEI Consortium. So I wanted to speak really quickly on 3 of the items that have been talked about so much today. Congratulate the Chancellor's Office for the work on accessibility. We know we have so far to go, but I'm so glad that this is now a prominent conversation and that we are working so that our students with disabilities, different levels of abilities, find courses that are ready to go when they arrive at the door, and that we don't leave them outside waiting while we go back and remediate or ask publishers to produce accessible content or any of the rest of the wrongs that we have done really against students with disabilities all this time. So I'm glad that is in the forefront. On the idea of making us, the 55005, making us, our students, aware of what's expected of them the minute they arrive. This was something that DTAC advised the Chancellor's Office back in 2018 to make part of DE guidelines, but through Vice Chancellor Alvarado's leadership, at that time, she explained, no, this needs to be codified. This needs to be part of law. This is how important this is. So I want to congratulate everyone who made that happen now. The third point I wanted to comment on was in support of Lisa Beach's comments regarding that initial language in the regular and substantive interaction portion. One of the things that we know is that direct instruction is part of every faculty's job, and that should not be an either or. We do not want it to be codified that a faculty could just answer questions or even respond to an assignment and have those two things count as regular and substantive interaction. We know that is not the case. So I would, in support of her comments, to add
30 seconds.
Provide direct instruction as part of the language, and then add the others as at least two of the following. Thank you again for your time today.
Thank you. I understand that that is the last public comment. Am I correct?
Yes, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. Then I would ask for a motion and a second on this item.
So moved.
Who moved it? I'm sorry.
Jarosova.
Oh, Tarasova. Thank you so much. And a second?
Aguinaldo.
Aguinaldo second. So can I get a roll call, please?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Jolena Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Roy Shabassian.
Yes.
Valerie Shaw.
Yes.
Yulia Tarasova.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
President Haynes, the motion carries.
Thank you so much. I am going to have, we're going to take a 5-minute break at this point to allow staff and our board members, if they need time to do what you need to do. So it is now 10:36, which means I'm going to start the meeting back up at 10:41. Thank you. So thank you so much. I am going to move to the next action item, which is 4.4, the revision of Title 5, 59-106, which is the annual audit reports due date. And we have Executive Vice Chancellor Navarrete presenting on this item.
Good morning, members of the board. I present to you item 4.4, which is also part of your action calendar. This is an item that was presented to you at your last Board of Governors meeting in September. It is changes to Title V, Section 59106. As you know, annually, college districts are required to submit an audit to the Chancellor's office. Those audits have been traditionally also sent by the districts to the Department of Finance. This item is making amendments to not send those audits to the Department of Finance per their request. We're also making some clarifications to the regulations section and adding flexibility for the Chancellor's office to extend the audit due date. As you recall, last year, the Chancellor's office, through an executive order, had to extend the audit due date to align with federal guidelines and an extension provided at a federal level. This year, we had to do that again. So rather than continue through executive order, we are providing that flexibility as part of this regulation so that we may be adaptive to external conditions. Happy to address any questions. The marked up item is provided in your attachment, and no public comments were received on this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any Board of Governor comments, any member comments? I don't see any hands raised. If I'm incorrect, give me a shout out. Otherwise, I'm going to ask if there's any public comment. Yeah.
Public comment period for item 4.4 is now open. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment to the board. If you're calling into the meeting, use *9 to activate the raise hand feature. A member of the Chancellor's office will call on you and allow you to address the board. You will have a maximum of 3 minutes. This item did not receive any written comments, and I will hand it over to Gary for any hands raised.
President Haynes, there are no hands raised for this item.
Well, with that, then can I get a motion to approve in a second?
This is Member Grande. I'll move approval.
Grande approves. And did I hear Mr. Rawlings give a second?
Epstein.
Epstein. I'm sorry, Tom. We have Epstein giving a second. Can we get a roll call vote?
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Amy Costa. You might be muted or maybe not with us. Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo. Are you muted? Okay. Jolena Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Roy Shabassian.
Yes.
Valerie Shaw.
Yes.
Yulia Tarasova.
Yes.
Blas Villalobos.
Yes.
Joseph Williams.
Christina, do you want to recall the people that were not able to respond? There are some back on.
Thank you. Amy Costa.
Christina, can you repeat what you guys are doing? Are you on a night?
Absolutely. This is for the vote for item 4.4, revisions to Title V, annual audit reports due date. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Aye with Amy Costa.
Would you repeat the other two, please?
Yes. Member Felicia Escobar Carrillo. And we have member Joseph Williams. With that, President Haynes, the motion carries.
Thank you so much. We're going to move to item 4.5, which is the amendments to unlawful discrimination regulations. And we have our legal counsel, LaForestier, presenting on this item.
Thank you, President Haynes. Good morning, Vice President Costa and members of the Board of Governors. You'll recall that we discussed this in our last meeting for first reading. This item was created in response to legislation passed by the legislature that adjusted the time period for investigations conducted for academic employees who are placed on administrative leave. And so we needed to adjust our regulations to accommodate that time period. While we're at it, we considered some sort of fine tuning of these regulations, which had gone through a fairly complete overhaul about 1.5 years ago in response to some comments from our general counsel friends at the community college districts and our own experience with working with these regulations. So there were a few refinements that we made that are described in the agenda item. And I also wanted to address one comment from a board member during first meeting that was concerned about a phrase that we use in the regulations involving the proper training of investigators and whether that should be refined in some way. We did give that some thought, but we thought the best way to handle that issue would be to issue guidance from the General Counsel's office that identify the training opportunities that would be relevant for investigators rather than placing something more permanent in regulations. So that's how we decided to handle that issue. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I would ask for your aye vote on the resolution before you.
Thank you. Do we have any board member comments? I don't see any. Okay, then I'm going to go to public comment.
The public comment period for item 4.5 is now open. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment to the board. If you are calling into the meeting, use *9. A member of the Chancellor's office will call on you and allow you to address the board. You will have a maximum of 3 minutes. This item did not receive any written comments, and I'll hand it over to Gary for any hands raised.
We do have a hand raised. Rebecca Dahl, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Yeah, hi board. I find that this is a very timely discussion about unlawful discrimination. At our community college, we have an issue where decisions related to the May 7th advisory are being handed out by a particular person at the college. They are also the same person that we're meant to submit a discrimination complaint to, which seems redundant to do so because the person doing the discrimination is the person we're meant to tell they are discriminating against us. I also notice in the wording of the document, it appears that there is an appeal process for students. That's not represented anywhere on your websites. In fact, the students can only mention the discrimination to the college they attend. Our district has no escalation process. The Chancellor's office, per the website, has no escalation process, and students are referred to the Federal Department of Education only. So at this point in time, you created a guidance on May 7th, an advisory to implement a discriminatory policy. And now students have no way of speaking up for themselves for making a complaint while staff do. It's very inequitable. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
I think I would like to respond because I think there's a misapprehension here. Our Title V, this board item does not contain all of the regulations in Title V that relate to unlawful discrimination. So there are other sections that explain the appellate process for students from a determination at a local district to the Chancellor's office. And for employees, that appeal process runs to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission or the Department of Fair Employment and Housing. So there is an administrative appeal process to the board, the Chancellor's office.
So thank you for that response.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you. Then I will take a motion and a second on this item.
I'll move to approve, Rawlings.
So we have a Rawlings with
Second.
moving, and then we have Shaw with a second. Would you please call the roll?
Bard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo. Jolina Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Roy Shabasian.
Yes.
Valerie Shaw.
Yes.
Yulia Tarasova.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Joseph Williams. President Haynes, the motion carries.
Thank you. Then we're going to move to item 4.6, which is the board resolution on the California Community Colleges affordable student housing commitment and agenda. And we have Executive Vice Chancellor Navarrete presenting on this item.
Good morning again, members of the board. I'm presenting to you item 4.6, which is a resolution outlining a commitment to affordable student housing and the agenda forward. Next slide, please. As you know, in Senate Bill 169, which is part of the State Budget Act, and it's one of the trailer bills, the state has committed $2 billion for affordable student housing to increase the stock. $1 billion of those resources would be dedicated to California's community colleges. We know the board, based on your discussions and your efforts, are committed to creating a student-centered housing framework that not only looks at how we implement a comprehensive strategy, but also connect it to student success and the overall holistic supports provided to students. Next slide, please. So a little bit of context around student housing for California's community colleges. Currently, only 12 of our districts offer student housing. As a capacity, our system has 2,250 beds available for students. Many of these units have been constructed over 40 years ago, and the Chancellor's Office does not have a specific goal in housing. We do not have a unit for housing, nor do we collect comprehensive data on this. And so in order to meet this critical effort and take advantage of the resources ahead and do so in a way that is effective, efficient, we have proposed various strategies. One, what would be to create a housing unit, to review what is before us in terms of plans, proposals, but also to have holistic involvement from our stakeholders, our board leadership, and others. Next slide, please. And so this item has a resolution before you that not only explains our work ahead, but focuses on leveraging housing expertise by building a statewide working group that would be multifaceted, leverage expertise from students, stakeholders, and those that have been intrinsically involved in affordable student housing. The objectives of this working group would be several, but I'll highlight a couple. One is to really analyze proposals and current needs to ensure that we are leveraging the funds available to us, thinking about the technical assistance that colleges and districts need, but also analyzing the proposals that have been put forth by districts. Long term, we have work to do to align with basic needs framework, to create a comprehensive program that also connects to facilities master plan. We have a role for the board to create standards and also to continue advocating and aligning resources needs to affordable student housing. Next slide, please. So before you in the proposed board agenda, the work group would present recommendations to the Board of Governors. The recommendations would include strategies for maximizing the higher education student housing grant. It would identify necessary statewide standards and regulations, and it would also focus on maximum flexibility for local planning and decision-making while ensuring that there's an alignment to creating and leveraging housing as a way to create the conditions for student success in a student-centered ecosystem. The board would be provided preliminary findings by May of 2022 and a final report and recommendations by November of 2022, a year from now. And so at this point, just want to thank you for your leadership in this area. It's an exciting opportunity, a new venture for our colleges, and one where we have important work ahead. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions about housing and the resolution before you. Oh, I think
you're muted, President Haynes.
So sorry. Are there any board comments? I don't see any hands raised.
Jennifer's hand.
Oh, there's your hand, Jennifer. Sorry.
That's okay.
Please.
Thank you. And thank you,
Acting Chancellor Gonzalez and President Haynes for your leadership on this issue, and Vice President Costa. This is as you know, to understate, this is an extraordinary opportunity, I think, for the community colleges, and a way to absolutely make real our commitment to recognizing that the student experience is not only academic, it is now holistic. It is looking at providing a way for our students to break through all of the barriers, whether they be housing or food insecurity, and so many of them experience those issues. So I'm thankful to the governor and the legislature for opening the door to this. And really, it's a game changer in terms of the way we both serve our students and enables us, again, to look at our students in a whole different way and look at addressing their needs. So I want to thank, as I said, President Haynes and the governor and legislature and all the board members I know who have been advocating for this for quite some time. And because I sit on the foundation board, I want to recognize the significant work they've devoted to this issue over the course of the last year, bringing in an expert who has done a really good job of looking at the lay of the land in terms of the colleges and the possible avenues to address this issue. So I think and hope they'll be an important partner going forward. I did have one question in terms of the text of the resolution itself. I believe it states that, I'm sorry, I should be looking at it, but I'm not phrasing it exactly. A minimum of 2 members, and I wanted to be appointed by the president from the Board of Governors. Because I think this issue is so profound, and because I know of real interest on behalf of the Board of Governors members, can we get just a little bit of clarification? I mean, what if there are 6 members of the Board of Governors that are interested, which I think there may well be, again, given the magnitude and impact of this issue. So I'd love a little clarification as to what that wording means.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to clarify. So what we are including is, like, again, a minimum. That means that there likely will be more. One piece that we will need to ensure alignment is with Bagley-Keene, that in any of the work group meetings that we're not breaking any Bagley-Keene rules. We do anticipate that the work group will have multiple subgroups that look at various facets of housing. One immediate need is really looking at some of the plans and feasibilities or proposals that have been put forward by districts. Another key group is really looking at basic needs and that alignment. And so we really see opportunity for multiple board members to participate in those various subgroups as well, providing for greater opportunities for alignment and aligning also to the expertise that is brought by this leadership from all of you to weigh in and help guide the system. So that's really, again, a minimum, but again, with the multiple composition of work groups, there'll be likely a lot more involvement from several of you.
And so let me just add to that, as president of the board, I'm looking to make some appointments in that realm as those subgroups become formed, so we know exactly what we're going to be doing. Hopefully that answers your question. I have 2 more hands raised, Member Elizondo and our Vice President, Member Costa.
I almost said good evening again. Good morning. I have a question regarding the access to these funds. So I see that this lists that the findings will be May 16th, 2022, final report and recommendations November 2022. Does that mean that the money that has been allocated will not be able to be accessed until after these reports? Or is there ability by districts that do have a plan in place to access these funds earlier?
Let me provide one important clarification. The housing grants that were included in the state budget are actually being managed by the Department of Finance. So applications went directly to the Department of Finance. They will evaluate those and then send them to the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, so a committee of the legislature, who will then select awardees. The Chancellor's Office actually does not have a role in the selection of grant awardees. So our efforts are really a parallel track in preparation for the influx of housing work and housing facilities at our colleges, so that we can prepare the foundation and scaffolding necessary to support these efforts. So we'll be monitoring both efforts and providing updates to the work group and various subcommittees on the progress of those grants and who's selecting. And those that are not selected this year can resubmit, but will be automatically considered for the next 2 rounds of funds.
And so those applications are currently already open for colleges who wish to submit?
Colleges had to submit by October 31st.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much. And then I would just like to add a comment to this item. I think it's extremely important that we have a streamlined process across the board so that our colleges are having access to this money. I, as a student who was homeless in 2018, living out of my car, going to school, it's definitely an issue that students are facing at the moment. And especially with the pandemic increasing our access to basic needs and resources, I think that students' housing is something that the Chancellor's Office should be looking at and formulating as you are with this agenda item. So thank you.
Thank you.
Member Costa.
Thanks. I won't belabor what Board Member Perry said, but obviously I'm very excited about this work stream. I have kind of 2 points, which is one, I wasn't sure that I totally understood the answer to Board Member Perry's question, so it might be a question for General Counsel. But given Bagley-Keene, kind of like what is the outer limit of number of board members that could participate in this group? And then secondarily, Executive Vice Chancellor Lizette and I, or Navarette, I should say, participated in the budget subcommittee last week. And I thought it just might be helpful if you or I kind of explain to the board some of the legislative expectations as we begin this work.
Just quickly, Vice President Costa, to answer your question about the Bagley-Keene. So because this work group would be created by the board for this resolution, then Bagley-Keene requirements would apply to it. So that's something for us to consider as we decide about membership going forward. So we'll be talking to the president about that.
Can you be more specific? Like, I mean, like number of board members, like what's the limitation there is, I think. I mean, I think we all understand that it would be open and meetings, which they should be given the dollar amount. But as far as just like the composition, given that we now have more board members.
So it would be because this body will be created by board action. It is a Bagley-Keene body. So it's not dependent upon the number of members of the board who are participating. So it will be subject to Bagley-Keene, and we will have to go through the notice requirements and all of the formalities of Bagley-Keene whenever this work group meets.
So there is a second question there.
Yeah, so I'm happy to provide some context, but also welcome and I want to thank Board Vice President Costa for providing some kind of framing remarks at this hearing. And so the Assembly on Monday, November 8th, had an overview hearing about student housing where they considered this new investment that they've made, the grant process that they've kicked off, and the role and expectations for each of the 3 public segments. The focus for California Community Colleges was multifaceted. One was wanting to understand how many colleges are interested, and then what role the system office can play in helping colleges plan for having housing without all of the investments going towards planning resources. They really want to focus on investing these dollars on actual construction of new spaces, new beds for housing. For community colleges, it was clear that our focus is much greater on affordability. That was emphasized over and over, that it really is the cornerstone of our role in housing. In many of the other segments, it's really around building more capacity so that they can then increase enrollment at those segments. But I really wanted to highlight the affordability piece because it is such an important part of the work that we have ahead. Last thing I'll emphasize is that, we reiterated that the Chancellor's Office can play an important role in supporting districts, but that will mean that we have to build our internal infrastructure to make this possible. And happy to, anything I may have left off, Vice President Costa, please go ahead.
And I think both the Chair McCarty and the Budget Chair, Assemblymember Ting were participating, and expediency is what I walked away with, that they want all the segments to really try and get this funding out as soon as possible. And as Ms. Navarrete just laid out, that's a little bit different for us because we don't have the maturity of CSU and UC in this space. And so they also encouraged us to look at partnerships with our sister segments. And so anyway, I just thought it would be helpful for folks to know that as we look at this kind of body in this action, that they want us to work, I think, fairly quickly.
Thank you. We're going to go to Member Tarasova, and I saw a hand raised for Member Shaw.
I believe Member Shaw was first.
Okay.
Would you like to go first, Member Shaw?
I think I took my hand down.
Okay.
I'll ask the question later. Thank you.
All right,
No
thank you,
problem.
Member Shaw. Member Tarasova.
Thank you. So every year, colleges introduce resolutions at General Assembly as Student Senate in plea for the state and the system to address the housing crisis. So I'm very grateful for the governor's allocation and opportunity to address this issue. Upon starting my community college experience, I myself struggled with the very same issue, which almost led me to dropping out, buying one-way ticket, and giving up on my American dream altogether. Currently, we have over 61% of California community college students experiencing housing insecurity, and additional 18% of students in the community college system that are completely homeless. This has prevented students from accessing higher education, as with homelessness often comes a lack of consistent internet access, fewer resources for their emotional and mental needs, and little support for job searches that can help homeless students finance their education. During this past month, board has had a learning session about building a student-centered financial aid and basic needs ecosystem, and housing is an important part of the basic needs resolution that has been adopted by this board last year. Meeting student basic needs is foundational to affordability, accessibility, and student success throughout the higher education journey. Students have faced too many challenges with basic needs, which reflect long-standing struggles with inequality, inequity, and systemic racism. So this resolution again re-emphasizes that meeting students' basic needs is a shared responsibility for our districts that cannot solve the issues on their own. So I would just like us to be mindful that we're not just addressing the housing affordability as a part of the basic needs, but how do we ensure that affordable housing will be offered to students in conjunction with all the resources such as food pantry access, broadband access, and other resources as we move forward.
Thank you for that comment. I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to ask for public comment.
The public comment period for item 4.6 is now open. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment. If you're calling into the meeting, use *9 to activate the raise hand feature. Member of the Chancellor's office will call on you and allow you to address the board. You will have a maximum of 3 minutes. This item did not receive any written comments, and I will hand it over to Gary for any hands raised.
At the moment, we have 2 hands raised. I will start with Jen Galinato. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you so much for that. But good morning, President Haynes, Vice President Acosta, and Board of Governor members. My name is Jen Galinato. I serve as the Vice President of Regional Affairs for the Student Senate for California Community Colleges. Housing insecurity remains critical to our students throughout the state of California, especially given with how many students throughout the state have been impacted by homelessness, especially given the times before and during the pandemic itself. More now than ever, housing insecurity has been identified as one of the very many issues under the scope of basic needs throughout the system. As BOG member Tarasova had previously stated, 18% of our students are homeless, meaning that 1 out of every 5 of our students within the population are homeless throughout the system. With this proposed resolution, our system has the unique opportunity to address the housing insecurity at hand. The Student Senate urges that the Board of Governors ensure that student housing is constructed, it is equitable, affordable, and accessible to all of our students, given that there's 2.1 million of them within the system. Thank you, and that concludes my comment.
Next, we have Wendy Brill-Weinkoop. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you very much. Good morning, President Haynes, Vice President Costa, Acting Chancellor Daisy Gonzalez, and members of the Board of Governors. I'm Wendy Brill-Weinkoop, President of the Faculty Association of the California Community Colleges. Thank you for bringing this resolution forward. While the legislative deadline for district applications was extremely tight, we're grateful for the legislature's recognition of the urgent need for student housing. We further appreciate the inclusion of district and stakeholder representatives in the statewide work group as we move forward to address our student needs. Thank you very much.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you. So before, let me get the roll call on this particular item.
I think we need a motion, President.
I'm so sorry. I got distracted with a text message. Yes, we do need a motion and we do need a second. Can I get help here?
Also move.
Second by Tarasova.
Okay, so we have Perry with the motion and we have Tarasova with the second. Thank you so much. What would I do without you all? Would you please
Hildegard
call the vote?
Aguinaldo. Aye. Amy Costa.
An enthusiastic aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Jolina Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Also an enthusiastic aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Roy Shabasian.
Yes.
Valerie Shaw.
Yes.
Yulia Tarasova.
Of course, an aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
President Haynes, the motion carries.
So you did not call Member Williams. Is there a reason?
Yes, he let me know that he has stepped away from the meeting.
All right, thank you. I'd like to go back. We had a couple of votes when we had some board members missing. So Christina, would you identify those missing members and would you call the items that we need their vote?
Thank you, President Haynes. I will start with item 3.1, July 12th through 13, 2021 board meeting minutes. Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Thank you. President Haynes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 4.1, approval of contracts and grants. Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Is that the last one?
Let me continue to check here and see. No, I think I have a couple more. Item 4.4, revisions to Title V, Section 59106, annual audit reports due date. Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Thank you. I don't know if Member Joseph Williams has returned.
So we'll hold off until later. Thank you so much.
And just one more item. Item 4.5, amendments to unlawful discrimination regulations. Member Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye. Thank you so much for allowing me to vote on these. Thank you so much.
We'll do our best. We know that you, all of you have busy lives and sometimes have to work lives as well. And you have to step away for a moment. So we're going to try to capture your votes later on in a meeting. So I appreciate that. So we are moving on to item 4.7, which is the 2022-23 5-year capital outlay plan and capital outlay spending plan. And again, we have Executive Vice Chancellor Navarrete presenting on this item.
Hello again, board members. I'm presenting to you the 22-23 5-year capital outlay spending plan, your item 4.6. Next slide, please. This is an annual item that we bring to the Board of Governors and then is subsequently sent to the Department of Finance for consideration and inclusion into the state budget plan and proposal. Last year, the Board of Governors amended how it scores facilities, adding greater emphasis on health and safety and modernization, solely beginning to de-emphasize growth. In the 22-23 proposal before you, you see 29 total projects. Of these 29 projects, 27 are continuing projects. 2 are new projects. Both of those 2 new projects are for modernization purposes. Next slide, please. The 5-year cap outlay needs, as identified by the data we receive from districts, is $14 billion in modernization and $9 billion in growth. We see modernization needs are really a growing priority. 57% of our buildings are 25 years and older, and 47% of them are 40 years and older. This means needing upgrades both to ensure a maximum usage of space, accessibility, and alignment with technology needs of our facilities. Next slide, please. As you know, many of our facilities right now and our projects are funded by several sources. The vast majority are Prop 51, but also many districts and most districts in modernization and growth categories have matching funds at varying percentages. The Prop 51 provided a $2 billion bond. Of these resources, we are near the final stages of usage of these funds. 29 million remains. Statewide, we've seen 103 total projects funded. Details are provided to you here on what the source of these funds, but this investment has really helped our colleges, again, continue to modernize, expand, and meet student needs in various facets. Next slide, please. And so, I want to highlight some important upgrades that we are making to our cap outlay program and improvements ahead. If you recall, and thank you, Board Member Rawlings, for remembering, we typically bring this item to you in September. The reason we delayed is we have some work to do ahead, both in long-term alignment to our sustainability and action goals, but also in the data that we collect. The construction projects that we are seeing are really coming to an end and conclusion. Many of them will be completed by year 2025 and 26. We also are beginning to think about how we align our cap outlay plan to affordable student housing, particularly those that receive construction grants so that they can become integrated as part of a district's full and complete plan. I mentioned that we have some modernization of our data. Our current process for establishing growth projections was created in 2011. This data utilizes 5 years of prior enrollment trends. What we are seeing is that it's important to ensure that we're adding other key points such as current data and other pieces. We know that this is an area that will continue to be in flux and we need our data to align to this. So important work ahead that I want to highlight that you can expect to see in next year's cap outlay plan, and know that we are working on this throughout the year in advance of presenting it to you. But again, before you is the plan for 22-23, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much. And Board President Haynes, you are muted.
Sorry, I mute myself so that you don't hear the rustling of my papers. So I apologize for that. So we're going to start with Member Epstein, and then it'll be followed with Vice President Costa.
Hi, I just have a quick question. I don't object to anything that's in here, but I was wondering if in the long-term planning, the system is taking into account the likelihood that a significantly higher percentage of classes will be taught online or hybrid, and how that affects the facility projections, and also can this money be used as an investment into the infrastructure that's needed for online classes to be more accessible and effective?
Thank you very much for that question. Indeed, one of the considerations that is currently underway is how we amend how we craft enrollment projections. Currently, we use something called the maximum population participation rate, and it's really built on looking at prior year enrollment trends, but it doesn't consider factors such as the proportion offered online or future growth trends for that area and birth rates. And so we're looking at amending this for future projections. This work originally was done in partnership with the Research and Planning Group. We'll likely engage them along with other stakeholders in this process so that we can have more accurate projection that also considers the shift in teaching modalities of our district. So I hope that's helpful. The other piece to your question of can CAP outlay funds be used for technology upgrades? Unfortunately, it can't be used for technology upgrades. It really is for construction and brick and mortar projects. And so we look at other advocacy and requests for those key needs.
Thank you. Vice President Costa.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your comments about trying to kind of better align the enrollment with the capital outlay plan. I think kind of along that vein, because we have this lagging indicator, we have about $9 billion for really growth projects. And I'm wondering, are some of these in the plan stage, would this change if forward? Because I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm tethering myself to comments earlier by Dr. Gonzalez and Pam that, given our dip in enrollment, it's kind of crazy to think we have $9 billion in growth projects. And so I'm just wondering, if you do that work, Dr. Navarrete, on better aligning it, are some of these going to fall?
Yeah, so as one of the pieces that we're seeing in this proposal is that of the projects proposed, the 29 for 22-23, the vast majority of them are actually continuing projects. So there are projects that are already underway or in planning phases or in early construction. With the change that the Board of Governors made last year, it's really de-emphasizing growth. So we do expect future projections to be to start decreasing in the growth category. It's also the category that receives the lowest points at this juncture. With projection changes in our methodology, that will likely also change, and the emphasis really being on health and safety, accessibility, and modernization to be adapted to current and future teaching modalities.
So thank you. I don't see any other board members' hands raised. So can we go to public comment?
The public comment period for item 4.7 is now open. Please use the raised hand feature. If you're calling into the meeting, use *9. A member of the Chancellor's office will call on you and allow you to address the board. You will have a maximum of 3 minutes. This item did not receive any written comments, and I will hand it over to Gary for any hands raised.
President Haynes, there are no hands raised.
Very well. Then can I get a motion and a second to approve?
Member Grande, I'll move approval.
Grande
Aguinaldo.
and Aguinaldo seconds. So can we get a roll call vote?
Hildegard Aguinaldo,
Aye.
Amy Costa,
Aye.
Tom Epstein,
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo,
Aye.
Jolena Grande,
Aye.
Pamela Haynes,
Aye.
Jennifer Perry,
Aye.
Bill Rawlings,
Aye.
Roy Shabazian,
Yes.
Valerie Shaw,
Yes.
Yulia Tarasova,
Aye.
Blas Villalobos,
Aye.
President Haynes, the motion carries.
Thank you. Then we're going to move to our next item, which is 4.8. It is the implementation of the 2021-22 full-time faculty obligation. And again, we have Executive Vice Chancellor Navarrete.
Hello again. I have several action items for all of you, so thank you very much for bearing with me today. But we have an important item that we bring to you annually. It's 4.8, the implementation, the 21-22 implementation of the full-time faculty obligation number, known as the FON. Every year, the board must consider whether there has been adequate cost of living adjustment, growth funds, or other core operational dollars provided to California's community colleges to allow for the continued full implementation of the full-time faculty obligation number. This year, the data that we analyzed includes the robust investment provided in the 21-22 state budget, as well as the core resources provided for full-time faculty hiring to districts. So we are recommending a continued full implementation of the faculty obligation number. As you know, in 2020, the board did defer penalties and defer implementation. We don't suspend the FON, we just defer those penalties to be paid at a future time. Any penalties received for not implementing the the faculty obligation number are invested in the Equal Employment Opportunity Fund that goes to colleges. So again, the recommendation before you is to continue full implementation of the full-time faculty obligation number for fall of 2022. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any board comments? I see one hand raised, two hand raised. Then I'm going to ask Member Shabazian for your comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the fact that there's additional money in the state budget for ongoing funds to hire additional faculty. It's a great opportunity to improve our make progress on our diversification of faculty. And when it's appropriate, I'd be up for making the motion for this.
All right, thank you for that. Heads up. And then Vice President Costa.
Another kind of wonky question, sorry, Executive Vice Chancellor Navarrete, but one of the calculations for this is also instructional hours. So can you talk a little bit about what you use for that and how our enrollment projections might impact these calculations this year and or going forward?
Yeah, let me talk about the enrollment projections. The faculty obligation number allows for adjustment of the FON based on the number of students served, so full-time equivalent students. It's one of the adjusting factors in the FON. So, but it also is based on funded FTES. So as districts have continued to receive funding through resources, either through the minimum revenue provided in the student-centered funding formula, that's included. And so that's a little bit of what you see. Moving forward, it does adjust again for enrollment projections. So it's something to take into consideration and be mindful when you see these projections. Around instructional hours, it really looks at data provided by districts on the faculty load that that they are teaching. And we in your item, you link to the full-time faculty page. We provide a lot of data on there. Highly encourage members to engage in that page as we provide everything available to districts to analyze.
Thank you. We have a hand raised for Member Grande.
Thank you, President Haynes. I just was wondering, on average, how many districts cannot meet the FON on a typical year that would have received penalties?
Great question. Most districts generally meet their obligation. We have few that don't. Again, those do have to be a penalty that is based on a formula. Those penalties, they have about a year forward to improve that as well. And so off the top of my head, I don't recall how many do not typically meet it, but it's something that we can provide to you.
Thank you. Are there any other board comments? Member Terra-Silva.
I would like just to make a quick comment. I would like to take this moment to express my deep gratitude to the faculty. Despite all the challenges, they continue to provide and strive to provide the best experience to our students, whether it is online modality, hybrid, or on campus. So just from the student perspective, a big thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised from our board members. Is there any public comment?
The public comment period for item 4.8 is now open. Please use the raised hand feature. If you are calling into the meeting, use *9. Member of the Chancellor's office will call on you and allow you to address the board. You have a maximum of 3 minutes. This item did not receive any written comments, and I will hand it over to Gary for any hands raised.
We do have one hand raised at the moment. Wendy Brill Winecoop, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good morning, President Haynes, Vice President Costa, Acting Chancellor Daisy Gonzalez, and members of the Board of Governors, and Wendy Brill Winecoop, President of the Faculty Association of the California Community Colleges. FAC appreciates the Chancellor's Office acknowledgement that there are resources for full implementation of the FON for 2022, but we will never make progress on the full-time to part-time ratio unless we address the fact that legislation allows the FON to be reduced with a drop in enrollment, which we are now experiencing statewide. With hold harmless in place, now is the time to invest and increase per student funding and more full-time faculty. FON should be the floor, but it has become the ceiling. Without a mandate, the districts will not make any progress on the part-time to full-time faculty ratio. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
There are no other hands raised.
Then I'm going to accept the motion from Member Shabazian, and I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Second is Member Terra-Silva. So would you call the roll?
Hildegard Aguinaldo. Aye. Amy Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Shalina Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye. Sorry, phone call coming in at the same time. Bye.
Bye. Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Roy Shabazian.
Yes.
Valerie Shaw.
Yes.
Yulia Terra-Silva.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
President Haynes, the motion carries.
Thank you. We're now moving to 4.9, which is the Board of Governors meeting dates for for 2022 and 2023. And again, we have Executive Vice Chancellor Navarrete presenting.
Apologies. So this next item presents to you recommendations on board meeting dates for the next years ahead for 22 and 23. Want to highlight a couple of points. We are proposing an amendment to dates for 2022 to include one day. And then for 2023, also including one day meetings. We've taken into account a couple of things, both holidays and coordination with Calbright College. And so before you see the proposed meeting dates, happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any board member questions? I see no hands raised. So is there any?
The public comment period for item 4.9 is now open. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment. If you're calling into the meeting, use *9. A member of the Chancellor's office will call on you and allow you to address the board. You will have a maximum of 3 minutes. This item did not receive any written comments, and I will hand it over to Gary for any hands raised.
I'm sorry, this is Joseph. I do have a question.
Oh, yes, Member Williams, please.
Did we ever have any conversations about possible in-person meetings in 2022? Did that come up yet? Did you talk about
that? Vice Chancellor Gonzalez, I see your head nodding.
We have pulled this entire board. We were also waiting, if you recall, for additional extensions from the legislature. That was already taken into account. We are able to continue to meet virtually. I think where we are is hopefully in January meeting in person, but we're waiting to consult with the board president and Chancellor Oakley when he returns.
Thank you. So I don't see any other hands raised. We left it that there's no public comment on this item. Is that correct?
That is correct.
There is no hands raised.
All right. So can I get a motion to approve and a second, please?
Move to approve, Rawlings.
Rawlings moves to approve. Can I get a second?
Second.
This is Aguinaldo.
Okay. You were louder, Hildy, so I'm going to take your second relative to this motion. Would you please call the roll?
Bernard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Amy Costa.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Felicia Escobar Carrillo.
Aye.
Jolina Grande.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Roy Shabassian.
Yes.
Valerie Shaw.
Yes.
Yulia Tarasova.
Yes.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Yes.
President Haynes, the motion carries.
Thank you for that. We have now concluded our action items and we are about to go into a number of information items. So I want to take a sort of a thumbs up or a hands up, a thumbs up. I wanted to give my colleagues on the board an opportunity to go rummage through wherever you are and get your lunch. And I wanted to allow about 15 to 20 minutes to do that. I don't care if you eat it once you come back, but I want to, we have really meaty reports and I want to make certain we maximize the time. So we can do that right now before we go into those reports. So can I get a hands raised that will take about 15 to 20 minutes? I'd say I'm going to going to aim toward 15, and please feel free to bring it back to your desks. So is that a yes, or do you want to go and be heard for the first Vision for Success Spotlight, which is 5.1? Lunch, hands raised.
Yeah, but can we do it for, can't we do it for 30 minutes?
The challenge is we can if that's the will of my colleagues here. We are going to take a 5-minute break after we start because we're required to do a 5-minute break for our staff. But what I'd like to do is to minimize the amount of time, because these are heady. I want to make certain that every one of your questions gets answered and that the presentations happen in a way that we do get questions answered. So what's the pleasure of the board? Or is it the pleasure of the president?
I prefer a shorter break than to a longer one.
I would too.
I would say whatever it takes to meet the requirements of our staff, I think would be important.
Okay, so I don't think I am breaking any rules, am I, relative to making it a 15 minute, or let's break it, let's make 20 minutes. Right now it is 11:44, come back at 5 minutes after 12. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm calling our Board of Governors meeting back to order. Thank you for accommodating our 20-minute break. So I'm going to start with the information items. First one is 5.1, which is the Vision for Success Spotlight, closing equity gaps for Black and African American students. And we have Vice Chancellor Lowe presenting on this item. Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much, President Haynes. Good afternoon, Board of Governors, members of the public. Aisha Lowe, Vice Chancellor of Educational Services and Support. Very happy to be before you this afternoon to bring forth this item on closing equity gaps for Black African American students. I'm going to pause as I'm realizing the slides are not up. Thank you. Next slide, please. So as an overview for this item, we are going to engage in some, quote unquote, real talk about the outcomes of African American students in the California Community Colleges system. What you will see are stagnant and or declining results for our Black African American students pre-pandemic, and we all know that the pandemic has exacerbated those results. We will also look to what is really a rich set of scholarly research and literature about why those gaps persist and what Black students need from institutions in order to thrive. We will hear from 3 programs designed to meet the needs of Black students and hear about the important work that they are doing to provide African American students the support that they need. And we will conclude focused on the campus-wide efforts that must be invested in order to see African American students' outcomes improve. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at some high-level results in terms of what the outcomes are for our Black and African American students in our system. As you are seeing here, enrollment of Black students in our system has been steadily declining, and that is pre-pandemic. We know the pandemic has exacerbated that decline. And in particular here, we see a decline of over 32,000 students since 2014, 2015. That's a decline of about 21.9% in the population of Black students that we are serving in our system. Now, we know that despite that decline, and you saw some of this reference in your digest item, we do know that a very high percentage, a vast majority of undergraduate African American students in the state of California do start in the community college system. Next slide. We see here that retention rates for African American students have been fairly stagnant. Again, this is looking at retention in a particular academic year from the fall to the spring term. again, fairly stagnant, and we even see some decline here in these numbers. Next slide. Here, when we look at course success rates, we do see some increase from 2014-15, but ultimately seeing relatively stagnant increases here as well for our Black and African American students. Next slide. And then when we look at the rates at which Black students are transferring to bachelor's programs, right, across both public in-state, private in-state, and private out-of-state, again, we do see some increases, but we also see here relatively stagnant change. In addition, in the report put out by the Campaign for College Opportunity on the state of higher education for Black Californians, we also saw there that among Black students that transferred in fall of 2018, 38% enrolled in a for-profit university. Next slide. So as we sort of grapple with those realities, those hard truths of that either stagnant or declining outcomes for Black students, we must ask the questions, why? Why are Black students' outcomes stagnant or declining? And you see here pictorially in front of you a whole host of potential impacts on student outcomes. There is a rich body of literature, both historic and contemporary, that investigates how the legacy of slavery and oppression impacts the life outcomes of African Americans today. And we must be clear, this is institutional racism at work. The outcomes that we see for African Americans across every indicator of life outcome, social, physical, psychological, and financial health indicators, are the result of structures, of policies, of practices that were established with the express purpose of disadvantaging people of color. And we see some of those before us, whether it is poverty, underemployment or unemployment, wage gaps. We know that African Americans are disproportionately impacted by housing and food insecurity, the unaffordability of college, low quality educational experiences in many K-12 systems. And then you layer on top of those structural and policy experiences, these sort of psychological and emotional detriments that African Americans also have to face, whether that is in things like implicit bias and microaggressions, whether that's in the influence of stereotypes and stereotype threat, whether that is racial profiling, right? Various forms of structural racism, where we know that African Americans in society continue to have to fight this constant othering, as the literature calls it, fighting to be, fighting to belong. And some scholars have started to really coin this term in theory around chronic racial PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and really looking at the cumulative impact of these realities on African American outcomes. And so we share this as important context when we think about the results of our students in the California community colleges, because all of these gaps, all of these influences, all of these indicators show up on our campuses and in our classrooms as our African American students come to our institutions seeking to improve the very outcomes that brought them to our doors. And so as we continue this discussion, want to encourage everyone, both Board of Governors and the public, to really imagine our students coming to our campuses carrying these invisible barriers and these invisible burdens, having experienced time and time again that life is exceptionally difficult for them, that every benefit has to be fought for, facing a constant message, both implicit and explicit, that they don't belong, that they are not worthy, that they are not valued, that they are not seen. So as we go through our time together today, I just want us to hold that, to seek to understand the protective and defensive armor that our African American students must carry with them to survive these realities. Next slide. So as we sit with that context, important context as to why we see the student outcomes that we see, and see sort of the stagnation and decline that we see, not just in our results, but we would see similar across various systems of K-12 education as well as higher education. There is some hope. There is work that can be done and things that are under our control that we can do to bring a better match between what our African-American students need and what the college environment provides. We have to, again, grapple with the reality that education as an American institution also carries with it institutional racism. And we've talked quite a bit since 2020 across our system about that legacy that we have inherited, how our policies, our practices, our procedures and structures contribute to that, but also really inciting us and motivating us that there is work that we can do to dismantle those structures and those practices. So as we resist the temptation to accept that institutional racism is simply a fact that we have inherited, we also want to resist the false belief that these issues are beyond our control. Again, there is a wealth of research on the academic success of African-American students, and it highlights a number of practices that we can invest in to better serve Black students and to create the kind of campuses and classroom environments that combat institutional racism and its effects. You are seeing some of those important practices on the slide before you. Again, having behind it a wealth of literature and research on the ways in which African-American students' social needs need to be met within educational institutions. Our Black students carry with them this prevailing notion that they are not academics, right? They do not belong in higher education. That has been expressed to them both implicitly and explicitly over the course of their academic career. It's therefore essential that we, in some ways, go above and beyond to combat that, to provide environments that give them a sense of belonging, give them community and companionship and affiliation. Too often, African-American students are coming from low-quality academic experiences. So it's important that the experiences we provide for them are high quality, are rigorous, are relevant, both in terms of who's standing before them in the classroom, as well as the curriculum that they're engaging in, and that they ultimately have a sense of what the literature calls mattering, this perception that faculty and staff care about them and are interested in them. We know that too often for our Black and African-American students, part of what hinders their success are the realities of life. So we know that our investments in the true cost of college are important, as well as flexibility for students as they navigate work and family demands. And then there's the important work of culture and climate that we want to continue to lean into as a system, ensuring that we have culturally responsive practices, both in our administrative offices as well as our classrooms, ensuring that our classrooms are places that are focused on mastery and progress, which has been shown to be highly beneficial for Black students, and really pairing high expectations with high support. And then these important psychological factors, very strong evidence in the literature that African-American students explicitly need identity safety, right? They need messages, structures, policies, practices on campus and in the classroom that acknowledges the reality of what they carry as a Black student, and really focuses in on communicating to them that their whole self, including their racial self, is welcome and safe within the academic environment. That includes social emotional supports, strong evidence of the importance of growth mindset, which hopefully most of us have heard about in Dr. Carol Dweck and her work, the importance of communicating and emphasizing and infusing into our instructional practices that intelligence is malleable, that it can increase and practice does indeed make perfect, and then important mental health supports as well. So I love this quote here that we are called to reimagine and forge a new, diverse, equitable, and inclusive normal. And indeed, we have been engaging in that work across our system and want to continue to engage in that work. The literature also clearly shows us that when these needs are not met, these gaps will persist and we will continue to see stagnant and declining outcomes. Next slide, please. So thankfully, we have within our system programs that are expressly focused on supporting African-American students, meeting their needs and closing these persistent gaps. And we will now hear from leaders from our system leading this work from the Umoja Foundation, Community Foundation, A2Men, and our HBC partnerships. So in order, you will first hear from Nzinga Dugas, Executive Director of the Umoja Community Foundation, talk about the Umoja program. You will then hear from Helen Young, the Project Director for our Historically Black College and University Partnerships. And then last but certainly not least, you will hear from Dr. Edward Bush, Executive Board Member of the African American Male Education Network and Development, which is called A2Men for short. He is also the CEO of Cosumnes River College in Sacramento. And so first, I will ask Nzinga to join us. I know she had gotten logged off, but I see she's back on. So we will first invite Nzinga to join us to share with us about the Umoja community. Next slide, and I'll hand it to you, Nzinga.
All right, good morning. Oh, actually, it's good afternoon to, to the Board of Governors, to President Pamela Haynes, to Dr. Daisy Gonzalez and Dr. Aisha Lowe and your team. We are so excited just to be in conversation with you all. Finally, just to share a little bit more about what we're passionate about. I'm Nzinga Dugas, and I'm the Executive Director for the Umoja Community Education Foundation. And I just want to share just a tad bit to say just a little bit about myself in that as Dr. Lowe talks about the history behind supporting African-American students, I have 30 years of experience in teaching and learning and program development. And so as I come to Umoja, I've had numerous experiences, both directly, indirectly, and with the research around what do Black students need to be successful, and why we believe Umoja as a model can be a model for the entire community college system. Also serve as an adjunct professor and have done that for 14 years. And I don't think I can ever stop doing that, because coming from the University of California at Berkeley and the K-12 system, there's nothing like community college students. There's nothing like their desire, their interest, their passion to want to succeed based on the experiences that they have through K-12. And so in my conversation today, I hope to bring you just a reflection from that lens and then a reflection from the Umoja community. Next slide, please. So Umoja has a very rich history, and that history is really grounded in faculty and community college practitioners who wanted to see the trajectory for Black students shift. And so, believe it or not, it was almost like if you can think about just a group of folks meeting and then everybody coming together on the same page, where they were really concerned 15 to 20 years ago around how Black students are doing. And we all understand that the needle has moved just slightly around what we need students. And so they came and talked about how can we collectively, as a diverse body, really consider the experience of Black students. And it's important to say that it was a diverse body, right? Because more than just Black people are concerned about the trajectory of Black students. And I say that because Puente and I have such a strong partnership, and we thought partner about how do we think about Black and Brown students, because we're a diverse nation and we got to do this together. We cannot do this without one another. And so over the course of just volunteering for many, many years, and then coming to the chancellor's office, to the California State Legislature, there was a real recognition around what Umoja was doing and like entities in order to ensure that Black students are successful. So by the time we got to 2018, that Umoja became an institutionalized line item in the California state budget, because what they saw is that students were succeeding and students were advancing. And so as you see in our mission, it is to promote student success and to improve lifetime outcomes, because we know that education does improve that for each of our students and for generational poverty that many of our students actually come from. And so many of our Umoja students are first generation students. And so our focus has been to ensure that they have as much access and opportunity given the environment and the ecosystem that Black students find themselves in. Next slide, please. And so let's talk about Umoja students. And so we serve more than 8,000 Umoja students and other students because Umoja works through our programs, our services, our events and partnerships. And so we have Umoja cohorts, but other students, I've met so many other students who also participate in Umoja, because if you have an ingredient that says, I care about students, like Dr. Aisha Lowe talked about, when you say that students are important, when students feel that the institution perceives them as an important entity and the institution wants them to succeed, they do well. And so who are the demographics? Those are the historically underserved, or those are sort of the forgotten ones, the ones who kind of slip through the cracks. I can say by my own experience of having a daughter in community college, who then went on a transfer, but also friends who stayed way too long. And so it's because of all the things that Dr. Lowe outlined that can be a barrier and that can create the kind of gaps that we talked about. We have first generation students where no one in their family has ever attended college. That's so important, because when one attends, then that impacts the next generation, right? Low income. And so the type of services that community colleges provide so that students have access, that becomes an important pathway and pipeline to four-year institutions. We are seeing an increase in formerly incarcerated, and this is beautiful. In my own classroom, I have a number of formerly incarcerated who want a second chance and who deserve a second chance. And so they can't be amongst the forgotten. And I can tell you, when they show up in full bloom and in full interest, and they want to shift. And we serve families, because when we serve the student, then what we call in Umoja is manifesting is when students come to class and they gain something, then they transfer that on to their families. And I don't know how many of you have had generations in your classroom, but I have. So where the daughter comes or the son comes, and here comes the mother, and here comes the sister and the cousin and so forth. And so part of what we do is not only just focus on the students, we focus on the faculty and staff, because while the students are important, who they engage in is just as important. And so we provide annual trainings and professional development webinars for over 500 faculty and counselors and professional staff every year. Those events are so important that now we're getting non-Umoja practitioners who also want to fully participate in that. And so as you can see, when we take on the student, and their experience, and then we also include their campus ecosystem as part of our developmental process. Next slide, please. And so what does an Umoja program look like? As you can see, we put our students in a cohort, because what we know, if we look at the work of people like Garcia and Harper and Hurtado and Strayhorn, is that students do better when they're in groups, because they rely on that. They have peer influence. They feel like there's a community. And so the first thing we do is, when you join Umoja, you're in a cohort. And then we do an assessment of where are you in your experience. Umoja students come at different ages, different experiences. Some are advanced, some are just getting back to school and need a restart, right? And so we help students create a comprehensive student educational plan. We embed them in tutoring and do transfer preparation. We have courses that we teach, and we link those courses so that students are building that cohort along the way, and they can support each other. Our partners, who you'll hear about shortly, we do college tours and orientations. We have a partnership with UC. We're building a partnership with CSU, and we have a partnership with the HBCU. And then we embed those experiences with co-curricular activities and field trips, and so that students connect their academics to projects that they would do in their community. And then we do student leadership engagement. And so you can see the multiple events that we have. One of our most popular ones that we just had was an Umoja conference. Still in COVID, we had over 800 people sign up for the Umoja conference. That's huge when we say we're worried about enrollment. Still, students are wanting to have that conversation and having that through the Umoja pathway. And so Umoja becomes a guided pathway that students enter and then travel until they get to that gate of transfer. And that Umoja helps students transfer to the colleges that meet the needs for their interest. And so last thing I just want to say, we're building out into the high schools, because last year now a year and a half ago, before COVID hit, we started to see high schools wanting to have Umoja programs. And so we have pilot high schools, and those are running well, and those are embedded in Los Angeles. We're gonna embed those in Northern California, because we believe that if students start in high school, then they'll make that pipeline to Umoja in the community colleges. And then we have ambassadors at the UC level, and then students will connect at the University of California level. And then we do faculty professional development, where we work with them on inclusive classrooms, on curriculum design, cultural and transformative pedagogy, and how to do inclusive practices inside your classroom. Those activities and events are just growing and growing, because faculty also want to be a part of that process. Next slide, please. And so we did some research, and we're planning to do some research relatively soon, again, with the RP group. And what the RP group found is that Umoja works. If you look what is to my left, it may be to your right, that you have the student in the middle, and we look at the student's entire ecosystem of what makes a student successful. And so Umoja works with counselors, peers, instructors. We nurture personal growth. We make sure students are embedded in their cultural identity, and so they feel grounded and they have a foundation. And as a result of that, students feel that they have more of a sense of who they are and where they should be going. And we do this with the understanding of a village concept, because the village concept means that I am because we are, and because we are, therefore I am. We all are in it, and it's everybody's business. And so when students are not doing well, they call each other. When students are missing, they call each other. Faculty, staff call each other. We got to be different educators. The educators today have to be the ones that deeply care about the students, not that others didn't, but it means that we're deeply embedded in their life, so that they know that we have a care and concern around their growth and development and success. And so what we found, just briefly, is that students enrolled in Umoja take an average of 3 more units. And so that unit to completion goes much faster, that they earn 2 more credits than non-Umoja students, that there are 3.4 percentage points higher in compared to first year students in their rate of succession. And so that they do better when it comes to transfer preparedness. They do better when it comes to math and English, and they're more likely to finish the math and English than a non-Umoja students. And so it tells us that Umoja is working. And as my mentor used to say, if you work it, it will work. Next slide, and I'm coming to a close. And so here's just an outline of what are the ways that we're able to attack and tackle these things coming from academics. And so we do heavy outreach and recruitment. We do deep academic support. We do highly impactful academic counseling that centers the student, and that we embed it in a culture and climate of psychological support that supports social retention. And so we do intensive counseling. We do social and emotional support through peer groups. And then we focus on culturally responsive professional development training for faculty and staff. And then Umoja provides funding for each of its 71 campuses, soon to be 80 campuses. And Umoja now provides scholarships. And so we're looking again at the student as a whole person in their entire ecosystem. Next slide, please. And so what do students say about Umoja? I'll just give you just a couple of quotes. I never thought my Umoja family was big. I made new friends, reconnected with old ones, laughed so much, and built myself up with a lot of knowledge. I am prepared to share my knowledge and experience with my Umoja peers. The conference in an experience, I am thankful, and I'm excited for the future, for future Umoja events to occur. There are so many rewards that we get like that, that we know that we're doing the work to fill the gaps and to create great opportunities. And it reminds me of what Miriam Wright Edelman said, and I'll just end with this. She said, education is for improving the lives of others and for leaving your community and your world better than you found it. I am certain that Umoja Community College students do that by their very nature of their involvement in an Umoja program. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Nzinga. What a powerful presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Helen Young. I currently serve as actually the Assistant Project Director for the California Community College Transfer Guarantee Pathway to Historically Black Colleges and Universities Agreement. Thank you, Board of Governors and President Haynes. Thank you, Dr. Lowe, for the opportunity to present. Good afternoon, Interim Chancellor Dr. Gonzalez, and one of my favorite people I see on the call, Dr. Martinez. Thank you again for this opportunity to talk about the needs and the impact that California community colleges have on Black and African American students through, I think, these very three unique programs. Next slide. So let's focus on the program mission and vision. I think it's really important as we talk about programs that support Black and African American students. What are our principles? What are our practices? And so centered in that for our program, this program is to improve transfer, right? It's a process in California community colleges, excuse me, which is of course one of our #1 goals. We want to increase bachelor degree attainment. And we believe that's through a transparent and a clear process that we built through this pathway. Our vision, of course, is through strong collaborative partnerships, like with the Umoja community, like with Amend, who we've been partnering with the last 5 years, extensive outreach programs. Prior to COVID, of course, we were in and on our California community college campuses, connecting with staff, connecting with students, connecting with faculty. And so we believe that that is a grassroots, on the ground, boots on the ground effort that really has built our program, I think, to a level that warrants support and warrants acknowledgement. Extensive, again, increased our transfer and our degree completion for students of color, particularly for our Black students, which we know still struggle with some of our lowest outcomes. And finally, we want to remove equity gaps, increase transfer, and of course, decrease the degree units earned by students completing the ADT, the associate's degree for transfer, as a part of the pathway and the foundation for this program. Next slide. So I think it's important to center for everyone in the room or on the call, what is an HBCU? What is a historically Black college and universities? These are institutions that were established prior to 1964 with the principal mission of educating Black African Americans. When you think about these institutions, for those of you who may not be familiar with them, the context of their existence is, of course, because they were developed because Black African Americans were not allowed at our PWIs, our predominantly white serving institutions. More importantly, these institutions brought a group of enslaved people out of illiteracy. And so these institutions are important in that they actually help to develop and construct the Black middle class. They've included a number of historic individuals. If you do your research, Dr. Martin Luther King, our current VP, Kamala Harris. And so the importance of these institutions cannot be underscored strongly enough. Next slide. And so as we think again about who they are, they're currently over 100 HBCUs nationwide. They're recognized by the U.S. Department of Education. They're located south and along that eastern seaboard. And I really want you to hold on to this piece here as we move through this presentation. They represent 2% of the degree granting post-secondary institutions in the United States. So again, I'm going to ask you to hold on to that as we move forward. And I'll come back to that point in just a bit. They include public, private, denominational, liberal arts, land grant, independent, single gender, you name it, HBCUs have got it. And so again, they are not monolithic in any way, shape, or form. They are as diverse as we are on this Zoom call. They provide at least 59% of them award bachelor's degrees, 41% of them award graduate, master's, professional degrees, and 28% of them award doctoral degrees. So again, students can find an array of opportunities at our HBCUs. Next slide. So again, as I ask you to hold on to that 2%, there's a wonderful article or a report that was done by the United Negro College Fund back in 2017, 2018, and it was called Punching Above Their Weight. And so what it described for HBCUs is this idea that you represent such a small part of that pie, but what you produce is such a large part. And so as we look at these numbers of production, right, of what the HBCU success looks like, is that when you look at that 2% compared to what they produce, you clearly can see they are punching above their weight. 25% of all African-American bachelor's degree holders completed their degrees at an HBCU. 40% of our current members of Congress are HBCU graduates. 12.5% of all African-American CEOs. 40% of all African-American engineers are HBCU graduates. 50% of the professors at non-HBCU institutions, we may have some HBCU alum on this call, we shout out to you. 50% of all African-American lawyers and 80% of all African-American judges are HBCU graduates. If that is not punching above your weight, I don't know what is. And again, doing a lot with a little has really been the mantra of our HBCUs over 150 years. Next slide. So we began in 2015 with 9 HBCU agreements. And again, just the power of the growth of this program, and I believe it's been the grassroots efforts, our on the ground, boots on the ground philosophy that has allowed this program to now grow to 39 HBCU partner institutions. Again, they run the gamut of locations, everything from Florida to Alabama to Georgia, truly allowing students to find the right fit, the place where they feel like they belong. Next slide. Since the onset of this program, we do want to definitely highlight what we believe has been some of our accomplishments, some of our success stories. Over 420 students, over 400 students have transferred to one of our 39 partner schools in the last 6 years. We believe that's major success for us. Of those students, 125 of them have completed an AA degree before they left their California community college. The persistence rate for our students who have transferred is at 75% after the first year. Persistence rate for attending the same institution, so staying at that HBCU where they transferred to, is at 65%. Average time to their BA degree completion has approximately been 3 years. The number of students who have obtained a bachelor's degree is actually now 130 students. And the number of students who have obtained a graduate degree is actually now 3. And so we continue to see strides and accomplishments through this program, again, based on just the historical support that HBCUs reflect and provide for our students. Next slide. We provided you some student testimonies, and I'll, as my colleague Nzinga did, I'll just highlight what I think are 2 of the most powerful student testimonies on this slide. My HBCU experience went outside of its gates. We worked all well together, this community of scholars, and we all share this community of scholars. When I first stepped on campus, I thought this was incredible. All students were so engaged and helped me succeed. I've learned to understand how I can succeed in all things because of my time here. Once I became acculturated, I realized how supportive and friendly everyone was, and I got to know my faculty and fellow students. This has been a turning point in my life. I think one of the things that are unique about HBCUs is that as it centers its principles and practices, it so reflects the Umoja community's principles and practices, as well as the Amen principles. I think what students will find who have participated in those programs, who find themselves on an HBCU campus, is that this experience that they've had in those programs and organizations is mimicked or is also experienced once they get to that HBCU, which is why this is such a great match between our 3 programs. It allows a student to move from one environment to the next environment that feels the same, that feels similar to them, that makes them feel comfortable. Next slide. And so how does this program or this pathway meet the needs of those Black and African American students that Dr. Lowe highlighted early on, talking about the mismatch of what we're having in our college environments? Well, we believe that this program addresses their social needs. Our partner HBCUs provide a community that affirms a student's Blackness through a sense of belonging, which we talked about earlier, that Nzinga talked about earlier, a network of community, of support, in and out of the classroom through intrusive advising model. Does that not sound like the Umoja community to you? Academic is also supported through this program. The pursuit of academic goals and careers at a partner HBCU institution provides a student with a clear academic success and career. High expectations is often a big part in the HBCU experience, particularly for our students in the STEM area who may want to pursue those areas of career. This pathway, we believe that it meets the needs financially. The partner HBCU institutions are a viable transfer option based on the cost of attendance, which is on par with the CSU system. And in some cases, the student may be spending less because of in-state tuition offered. We believe this pathway meets the needs, or HBCUs meet the needs in a cultural or climate environment. They possess an environment of cultural validation through a classroom that performs pedagogy that reflects Black contribution, Black thought, Black scholar, high expectations of performance, again, in and out of the classroom, and supportive administration, faculty, and staff that a student finds on those campuses. And finally, we believe this pathway or that environment of that HBCU meets the psychological needs of our students. HBCUs provide a space where Black students can engage socially and emotionally without concerns of microaggressions, racism, and other negative encounters on campus and in the classroom, allowing literally for a healthy self-image development. Next slide. And we want to thank you again for the time and look forward to any additional questions.
Good afternoon. As my colleagues mentioned prior to me, I sincerely also want to express my appreciation and gratitude for the space that have been carved out today to discuss, I think, is the most critical issue of our time, which is how do institutions begin to effectively serve and educate African-American students in our system. So I thank President Haynes, members of the board, Interim Chancellor Daisy Gonzalez, and also like to give a special shout out to board member Valerie Shaw for all of her support of our organizations as well. And I would be remiss if we did not acknowledge all of her hard work and advocacy on today as well. Next slide. I could talk about Amend all day, but I still think there's no more powerful voice than the voice of our students. So we are going to queue up, and hopefully it works, a very short video, and then of course I will reduce my time in talking about the organization based on the amount of time it takes to get through the video. But before we do that, Dr. Lowe outlined the data facing African-American students in our system. One of the things that we have to be aware, no matter how daunting or how challenging, in many ways disappointing that data is, it doesn't tell the full story. It's actually perhaps even worse than that. If you disaggregate that data by gender, that you will find that African-American male students disproportionately struggle, even in comparison to African-American women in our system. And of course, when we compare African-American men against other subgroups, we see that African-American men far too often will find themselves at the bottom of all of our educational outcome measures, whether we're talking about graduation, retention, persistence rates, or transfer rates. One of the things that you will see in our mission is that we talk about creating institutional change that would produce African-American male success. Because we are crystal clear that the problem does not reside in the African-American male students themselves. That in fact, the problem is based on the system's inability to be able to construct a system, a structure, a classroom, a service desk, an institution that is equipped, that is informed, that is prepared, that is educated enough to meet the needs of African-American male students. When we look at the gravity of the issue, perhaps it could be situated in this particular data point, that 72% of all African-American men who are enrolled in public post-secondary education in the state of California are enrolled in the California community college system. That simply means if we're going to change the trajectory and improve the economic and social outcomes of the African-American family, that we have to improve how we serve African-American students, or we will continue to find our society in a cycle where African-American men will find themselves incarcerated, underemployed, because we have not been successful in reaching, engaging, and now even attracting African-American male students to our system in our colleges. So our presentation is going to be brief. It's just going to highlight a little bit of our work, but indeed our work is much deeper and much broader than even what we can represent today. But I think this video will kind of capture at least the spirit or the essence of what we're doing as an organization. So if we could do that, that would be great. You're going to click the link at the bottom of the picture. So go back, you'll see the YouTube link. Then it will load. If not, I don't want to take up too much time. I could speak to the video if we're having trouble loading it. Or we could cut and paste it in the chat as well. So we could give it maybe 20 more seconds. If not, definitely don't want to waste the board's time.
We showcase mentoring in its true sense to men who have an opportunity to continue their education, live a good life, and give back to their community. And so we're accessible. We're showcasing the value of not only a college education, but achieving a master's degree, a doctorate. We're showcasing leadership.
Representation matters. We can see that in pop culture. We can see that with Black Panther. We can see that with President Barack Obama. And this is a representation in my field of education. The organization was founded based on making sure that African-American males were more representative in the community college system. And I think Amin does a great job of doing that.
I didn't have somebody to look up to, somebody actually I can talk to about these issues that I have, because these issues that I'm having when it comes to school is like something that a lot of people in my household didn't go through, because a lot of them went straight into having a high school diploma to working. So asking these questions like, what do I need to do as far as getting my general ed classes or paying for it, it was out of the question.
There's not a lot of role models, or not a lot of people who look like us who are in much higher positions. So to see men like that make it to where they are now and come back and reach back, you know, and to show us, you know, the way to go and stuff like that is, you know, I see it it's an honorable thing, and it's something.
And allow me to see when you have men, we have people that are focused on one goal, that is determined to make something happen. There's not anything that could stand in the way of that determination. So as an organization, I said, so whatever we set our sights on, no matter how daunting that challenge may be, we are able to hit that and accomplish it.
We got to the point where we realized that if we don't change the system and we don't change our institutions, we're going to get the same results. And so Amin has really put forth a lot of effort to really bring awareness to the challenges and really highlight the successes and the motivation of our students, to provide a positive outlook and to really challenge institutions to step up.
What we want to do and what we hope to do, because we're not going to be here forever, we're hoping that we are training the next Amin members. we're hoping that our students will go on and get their bachelor's degrees, their master's degrees, achieve their doctorates. But then we want them to also give back to the system that gave them so much.
I would just say thank you with the most amount of gratitude that I can, because, you know, this is home. I didn't expect that.
Appreciate you showing that video. One of the things is perhaps what I didn't think I would address today. But if I don't address anything else because of time, perhaps this is the most important thing I could talk about. There's just very few spaces and opportunities for Black men to just be. To be vulnerable has been something that has been exploited, has been a sign of weakness. That Black men that come to our colleges have to show up being different, because to show up as themselves has signaled the fact that they are a threat, are intimidating, or create low expectations about what they're capable of doing and being. And so this video is so critical for nothing other than just showing that we give space for our male students to exist, to take off their mask, to be able to share their hurts, their concerns, to be able to share their dreams and their hopes for their future. And when you saw that young man who has now gone on to transfer at the end of the video, just being able to have space to be able to express that kind of emotion and that type of vulnerability is the culture and the environment that we seek to create as an organization. The Men was founded in 2006 by 6 very young at that time, times has changed, African-American male administrators who asked themselves this simple question, was 2 questions. If not us, then who? And if not now, then when? And at that particular time, the organization was formed to address the systemic inequities for African-American men in the system. And this is important for you to know, that we weren't just, and continue not to be, just solely focused on the experience of the students, although that is what we're going to focus in on today. Because we know systemic and structural racism, we know that anti-Black racism doesn't just impact our students, it affects African-American male administrators, faculty, and staff. And we can't do better by our students if we also don't know how to do better by African-American males that work in the system. And so we seek to do both. Next slide. So this is just outlines our vision. I was going to call out just one of those, is that we hold the community college system accountable for the success of African-American males, that we put out research reports, that we show data, that we hold conferences that serve over 1,000 people each and every year. So we make sure that this issue does not go away, that this stays on top of the minds and radars of policymakers, that it stay on top of mind of college administrators, faculty, and our students around the conditions that exist for African-American male students. But most importantly, that we provide a space to say that it's not a problem absent of a solution. Oftentimes, we talk about the magnitude of the problem, and that is absolutely true. But we also make sure that we balance that time by providing key strategies and approaches that improves the condition of African-American students in our system. Next slide. These are some of the programs. Of course, we don't have time to highlight most. We are calling out a couple in the slide presentation, but I want to bring your attention to some of the work that we do to change institutions, not only the work that we have directed to improving our working directly and providing direct services to our students, that we work on policy and advocacy. So most recently last year, We commissioned a study along with Umoja to put out a report that's called Follow the Money through the Campaign for College Opportunity. If you have not read that report, I suggest that you do, because it really makes concrete how systemic and structural racism impacts student outcomes and performance of African-American students. So we were on the front lines with Umoja producing that report. This January, we do coalition work. So we work with the PAHI and Colegas with the support of the Chancellor's Office. We have the Radical Leader Institute that is starting this January, a cohort of faculty, staff, and administrators throughout the system that is going to do professional development around how to create systemic and structural change within our system to produce more equitable outcomes, and how to create more change agents within our system. Also, we are making a transition in our mentor program. So you're going to see some information about that. But we transitioned that into a student leadership academy because we think it's important for us to scale our mentor program. You heard those students talk about how much representation matter. So now we have just launched a statewide mentorship program through our partnership with a company called Mentor and Match. This has given us the ability to provide a mentor to every African-American student, male student in our system that wants to be mentored. And so we already have a number of folks within our system to sign up to mentor African-American male students, but we are bringing the mentorship program at scale. So we have the ability to serve thousands of African-American males and provide them the care and support they need to successfully navigate our system. Next slide. And we wanted to focus on just of our impact during the pandemic. But we do want to highlight that part of our work is to provide financial support for our students. So MEND has distributed over $500,000 in our 14 years of in existence to students who are currently enrolled in a community college system and transferred. And just during the pandemic, we've been able to serve close to 100 students in our student leadership program, and many of those students are now transferred to for four-year institutions and also received a graduate degree. And I'm over time, so we'll go to the next slide, please. I'm going to end, and we can move forward to the last slide, but this is going to be my last slide. I just want to talk about the students that we've impacted. You just had a picture of a student, his Ejon. He went to Victor Valley College, transferred to UC San Diego in biology pre-med, and just graduated this past year. And we have a student that just was accepted and started his master's degree at the London School of Economics. We have a student who is a Rhodes Scholar earning his master's degree now in theology from Harvard University. So I want you to know what is possible when we provide the adequate support and the resources to our African-American male students. The data that we see does not have to exist, that it is possible for African-American men to be successful in our system. And we believe the work of Amin, Umoja, and the work with the HBC partnership have a solution to meet the gaps that presently exist in serving our African-American male students. So I appreciate the time and opportunity to share our organization with you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bush, Helen, and Nzinga. If we can go to, what is this, slide 35, I will bring this to a close. Hopefully you heard these important themes about hands-on pathway support, intrusive counseling and advising. You heard about community building and building a culture of high support. And you heard about the importance, again, of identity safety for Black and African-American students and having these safe spaces where students can be vulnerable and can just be. I hope you also heard through all of our presenters possibility, right? As Dr. Bush talked about, yes, the outcomes are daunting, the history is daunting, all that is before us, but there is great possibility. There are strategies that can be employed to focus on the needs of African-American students and to guide them onto and through pathways of success. And underlying all of these strategies is a focus on creating safe environments. mentally, emotionally, and academically safe spaces where Black students can lay down the protective and defensive armor they have to carry every day to navigate the realities of society and truly thrive. You also hopefully also heard about the importance, not just of the campus environment, but for the classroom environment to also be a safe space for students to thrive. And so we hope that this inspires local leaders to invest in these programs locally and to invest in African-American faculty, campus leaders, and community leaders, the local expertise that we need to close these gaps and improve outcomes for Black students do exist. Your African-American leaders are the experts that are needed. That said, these programs cannot be held responsible for closing these gaps on their own, right? While we want our system to understand these programs, to support these programs, what we do not want is that to become the work of those programs over there. No, what we need instead is we need campus leaders to utilize these programs as incubators for campus-wide innovation. These are the laboratories for change on your campuses to identify the strategies and the practices that campuses should elevate and invest in across the system and across the campus for systemic impact. There has to be a campus-wide strategic approach that unapologetically centers the needs of African-American students and works to fulfill those needs. That is the work of dismantling structures, policies, and practices that perpetuate these gaps. And so I really want this to sit home with everyone listening. Black African-American student health and outcomes are a central measure of institutional health and effectiveness. If the work we are doing on our local campuses is not closing gaps for African-American students, then our equity work is underdeveloped and not fully effective. This is a central measure of our success. If we can go then to the last slide, slide 37 in the deck. Want to close out here with this image that was actually created during the Black Student Success Week. It has so much important imagery that we don't have time to go over that really sort of pictorially represents the work that is needed and provides a holistic view of the many levers that we can pull on and utilize to close these gaps for African-American students. But to really bring it into focus with the image that you see either on your left or your right, and really highlight key strategies that all districts and colleges should invest in to rise to the challenge, to be the leaders that fully address the needs of African-American students and be the ones to finally close these persistent equity gaps. And you see those displayed here: developing environments of love and belonging, diversifying administration, faculty, and staff, and ensuring the cultural competence of all of those on our campus, investing in culturally responsive pedagogy and culturally relevant curriculum, investing in trauma-informed basic needs and mental health supports, that very important financial and political advocacy and investment that Dr. Ed Bush talked about, as well as establishing accountability specifically for Black students' outcomes on your campuses, within your strategic plans, within your equity plans, and the like. So with there, we will conclude our presentation and hand it back to you, President Haynes, for any questions or comments from the board.
So thank you so much. And I just want to add my thanks to Nzinga Dugas and to Helen Young and to Dr. Bush for your presentation. It's so critically important to speak truth. Even though some of those truths are uncomfortable, we have to hear that discomfort and we have to do something about it. So your messages are absolutely to this board, my colleagues on this board, but it is really to the entire system. And with that, I want to open it up for board member comments. I see member Rawlings' hand up.
Thank you. So first, to the data that Dr. Lowe had originally presented, I think for me, that should be really loud alarm bells for all of us, seeing the declining enrollment for African-American students, but the overall trends. We really need to be investing in these programs to really get that back on track. I think we're really doing our society here a disservice by not doing more. So I don't know, we've got a lot of things moving, and that's kind of where my question is. I would expect Dr. Lowe, maybe the main person to ask on this, but these different programs do so many really great things for our students. And I wonder if we are taking the lessons from these programs, especially about creating safe spaces for our students, where they can just be, as Dr. Bush had commented. And are we applying those to other cohorts of students and making sure that we are kind of front of mind, prioritizing creating those spaces for our students? Are we doing that enough, or are there ways that we can do that better?
Thank you for that, Member Rawlings. Honestly, I would have to say no, we're not doing that enough. That is part of the call to action within this item, right? Is wanting to understand the important work that these programs are doing, but also wanting to elevate for our local districts and campus, right? That this is not the responsibility, right, of these programs alone. And, we were rushing towards the end, but really calling out that point about how do you tap into programs that exist that have this long history of specifically serving the needs of African-American students? How do you elevate that work and really see those as your laboratories to identify those practices that then need to proliferate across the entire campus, and not become strategies and practices that only these programs are implementing, but become the norm on campus? So that's really part of our work, we believe, moving forward. Now, the role of the chancellor's office within that will be, right, continued support and investment in professional development and technical assistance toward those ends, but that's really a part of the work moving forward.
So I see Member Aguinaldo and Member Shaw, and that will be followed by Member Escobar Carrillo.
Thank you very much, President Haynes. First, I just wanted to thank the presenters for the information. I think that the point that Dr. Bush raised, and also that Vice Chancellor Lowe raised about pulling down the armor and giving folks a space to be themselves, really resonated with me, because I was thinking about code switching and how deep and profound that practice is. And for folks who aren't familiar with the term or aren't familiar with the need to take down armor, I think it's worth understanding how deep and difficult that is. So thank you very much for bringing attention to the code switching. The other thing that I thought about during your presentation was this concept of intersectionality, where you're really talking about compounded discrimination. And during Vice Chancellor Lowe's slides at the beginning of the presentation, she talked about various different experiences that make the Black experience so much more difficult. And it made me realize that in everything that the board is doing, we just had a robust discussion around affordable housing and around basic needs and a holistic approach to taking care of students. We really need to get very granular as to how this broad brush will affect specific communities, specifically the Black community. So I would like to see us as a board really disaggregate and take apart the interventions that we are proposing, and specifically call out how it is differentiated for the Black community. So I hope that is an ask that we could fulfill here. So thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to thank all the presenters, Dr. Lowe and Dr. Bush and Helen and Zinga, and all the extraordinary work that they're doing. Racism is real, and being Black in America is difficult no matter what economic strata you come from. So the programs that they're administering are extraordinary programs. We were able to find funding for 2 of them. We certainly hope that A2 Bend get some funding, some state funding in this next round. And also, I'd like, hopefully, that our foundation could focus on supporting these organizations and other efforts like these organizations, and really have an ongoing initiative that will focus on Black and African-American students, a fundraising effort to augment what these organizations are doing or what different districts are doing. It's been a pleasure working with all of them. I'm going to continue to do that as long as I'm on the board, I guess, for another year or two. But they're extraordinary individuals, and they have a lot of heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Escobar Carrillo, and then Member Williams.
Thanks so much for all the presenters here today. I also want to thank Board Member Shaw, because I know that in the time I've been on the board, she's always consistently raising these issues and the need to focus on our African American and Black student population on campus. And, this is the first time, I think, since I've been on the board, we've actually had this dedicated conversation to talk about best practices and the really great work of Emoja and A2Mend, and it's really heartening to hear the work that's happening on campus. And I want to underscore what a board member Alguinaldo mentioned in terms of just making sure we are much more thoughtful about consistently thinking about these issues every time we think about the programs that we're trying to roll out and support. So I just want to say that, just thank you, because it really hit home for me as someone also who went to college very far from my family, and also understanding how you're successful because of your peers who create that support system. I know I experienced that as a Latino student, and I experienced that also in having relationships with folks who are from the African American Black community, API community, just the kind of the bond. We all have our own unique journeys, but we also have a connection because all of us do come often from underrepresented communities and have our own unique struggles, but we also have connections. So I guess I'd be interested to hear a little bit more about, I think the A2Men folks mentioned just the work that they're doing with the API and I think Latino organizations. I'd love to hear a little bit more about that work. But I agree that, particularly A2Men, the work you're doing, I know from my own background and conversations with colleagues that African American men really do have so many things working against them, unfortunately, in our structure and our systems. And so I just really want to applaud you for the work you're doing to help inspire that next generation of leaders. So thank you so much. And I would also say the HBCU work that we're doing, I had no idea that we were doing all that work to help support young people transferring to HBCUs. And that's super, super exciting because, when you look at those stats about kind of the leaders of our community, of our country, that come from, HBCUs, I think about RVP, I think about so many people. It's really inspiring. So thank you.
Thank you. After Member Williams, we have Member Epstein.
First, I wanted to just echo some of the appreciation made to the presenters and the courage and the passion and the level of detail. I super appreciate it. I'm a former student, and I could attest to how difficult it is as a Black male to, even as an elected trustee. I represent 92,000 people in my district, and you have to really sit in a box and just to be able to serve. And this is a conversation that we have year after year after year. We talk about throughput numbers and just the change. When are we at the place where we can get a categorical, dedicated funding source for Black people, and specifically for Black males? Because what it looks like on the campus and the feedback that I receive is that you're doing your day job, but then you volunteer to do the Black stuff. And so that makes it really hard to get real outcomes when there's no real dedicated funding source to really support the work. We give a lot of this stuff lip service, but we don't give it any funding to get some dedicated thinking and some dedicated actual boots on the ground to go out and knock on these apartment doors and bring in. But some of the numbers in some of these schools, the Black male population is small enough where you can sit down and have lunch and find out, hey, what's your goals? It's not big numbers. We should be able to eliminate this issue easy. It's not easy, but we should be able to do way better than what we're doing. And so, how do we get a dedicated funding source to where an Umoja or a to Men could rise to the level as an EOPS kind of program, to where Black students know that there's a place in community? Because why would I come to a community college if I'm a Black male? Like, where's the place that I can identify with? And so we need funding. We need a dedicated funding source, a categorical, ongoing funding source, a 10-year longitudinal study, whatever you want to do, call about it, to really address this and just not continue to piecemeal this. How does that happen? What's the process, and who has the authority to make something like that happen? Is that the governor? Is that the legislator? Does the board of governors do something like that? How does that work?
I think that requires kind of a little bit of an answer. Maybe Dr. Gonzalez or Dr. Lowe can just respond to it a little bit, or one of our colleagues. I do know that there is dedicated funding for Umoja, and that has been, and it has risen over time. But I think that you are absolutely right. We're hoping that Amend will get some funding in this budget cycle. We're gonna advocate for it. We need this Board of Governors to be advocating for that.
And to be clear, I'm not talking about a couple $1 million. I'm talking about like at the level that a categorical funded program would get. Like, how do we get $100 million for Black initiatives?
Yeah.
It's got to at least be part of the conversation. Is it private dollars? Is it like, what do we need to do in order to, because that's how you stop talking about this, is you fund it and you work on it and you come back and present what was learned. But we need some real money to really have a decent conversation about this.
Well, your question is a good one. I'll just speak as president. Your question is a good one, and it does need a lot more conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm happy to join that conversation as well. We also have Bill Rawlings. You have another.
I think I was next.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Tom next.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Tom. Yes, you were.
I put my hand down. First of all, I just want to join everybody else in thanking the presenters. It was a very informative presentation. I have one quick question and a couple observations. I was just wondering, what happened to the HBCU agreements when COVID hit? Did our students go online at the HBCUs, or how did that impact our relationship?
Relationships remained. We didn't lose any of those partnerships, thank God. But yeah, remember, I've seen most of the students who had been admitted in that 2019, 2020 year. I would probably say better than maybe 50% did online education for that year, because of the campuses for the majority were closed. And so thank God, a lot of our HBCUs received, as you know, additional CARES funds from the federal government. And a lot of them struggle with infrastructure of technology. And so a lot of them took those dollars and they invested in ensuring that students had technology that they need, but more importantly, that their institutions were able to accommodate that in the technology sense of infrastructure and those pieces. One of the things that we found out in this epidemic is that a lot of the students that the HBCU serves struggle with bandwidth, right? And so that became a real issue. And so they tried their best to address a lot of those issues with those dollars. But yes, we were able to, if you will, send off our students virtually to many of our HBCUs.
Are most of them back in person now?
Yes, they are all back on ground. Students are back on campuses, yes.
That's great. So there were two stats that kind of leapt out at me. One was the declining enrollment. I guess I was not aware that it had declined continuously over the last several years, and that seems to me like that ought to be a huge priority. Like what Member Williams was just saying, is that we need to find what happened to those people and bring them back, and more of them. The other stat that kind of was very surprising to me was that 38% of African American community college students transfer to a for-profit college. And I for one find that alarming. And I I'd like it kind of I don't know if do we track what happens to those students when they transfer to a for-profit? Do they get a degree? Do they end up in debt? And it seems to me that if that's happening, I mean, they're obviously being marketed to pretty aggressively. It seems to me like in the chancellor's office, we ought to be doing everything we can to help African American students who want to transfer find some place other than a for-profit college to continue their studies. That really was surprising to me.
Member Epstein, we'll get more into that in our upcoming item today on transfer in terms of the data we have available and the data we don't have available in terms of tracking students.
So we did have Member Rawlings with his hand up.
Thank you for that. So I believe Essential Low answered my question in the chat. So I want to give her a chance to lift this up a little bit. So it was touching on a point that Member Williams had made about how things have been piecemeal over so long. And it's something that in my now 28 years in the community college system, how I've seen how hard it is to get supports and to really get a strategy around all of our minoritized students, right? But particularly our African-American students. And so my question was going to be, how are we kind of combating this piecemeal approach, and do we have a systemized strategy that we're going to be beginning to implement and work on? And so Dr. Lowe, if you wanted to respond and share what's going on.
So thank you for that, Member Rawlings. And so this is something we're happy to bring back to the board for additional discussion. It's certainly high on our radar, high on my radar personally, to really start with utilizing the work that we began with the African American Advisory Panel, really expanding that work, bringing in more of our system leaders that have been focused on closing gaps for Black and African American students. Toward that very point, Member Rawlings, how do we sort of establish a framework, a plan of action specific to Black African American student success, and around that very visual you saw me show at the end, right? Across these different areas that we know that the literature and research clearly shows us are important places to invest if you want to close these gaps and to see African American students thrive. What would that strategy be for the California Community College system, and what are the various levers we need to pull on to actualize that? So more to come on that. We look forward to some future additional conversations in more detail.
Thank you. We have Member Costa.
I'm kind of responding to Board Member Williams, which is there is funding, probably not to the level, Joseph, that you'd like, but for HBCU as well as for Umoja. But of course, I am going to ask the money question because I really appreciate what you said, Dr. Lowe. What I heard today is, 3 kind of distinct offerings that help African American students in different ways. And so I do think it would be really interesting to see kind of how to look at all of these strengths that these programs are offering and have kind of a more wraparound program for our students, because I think the work is important, but it is distinct. But one thing that stood out to me in Ms. Young's presentation is that we had 420 of our African American students go on to a historically Black serving institution. And clearly the statistics of success once they make it to those institutions is quite clear. But how do we scale it? Because, by my count, we have, 140,000, 150,000 African American students. And clearly in the presentations, we are the institution of choice for Black Californians. So, you got $1 million. $1 million isn't going to quite get us there, I don't think. So, what would it take, basically, funding wise, to really scale your efforts?
Wow, what a great question. Member Acosta, I think there's 2 levels to this. I was thinking about it after I finished my presentation, and I thought, God, I hope I get a chance to share this thought of mine. I think that as we think about the higher ed agreement between our 3 systems, we also need to understand that those don't always represent the right place for our Black students. And I think counseling and advising and those who interact with students need to ensure that they're aware that this project exists, but to familiarize themselves with HBCUs and the benefits. Yes, they struggle, they have challenges, but students need to be given the opportunity to explore all of their options. And so if the conversation is limited, the student doesn't know. If there's no engagement in my opinion, at the administrative level about all of the opportunities that are represented or could be available on their campus, when I think about Dr. Bush, I know that the conversation on his campus is about HBCUs, that I know it's happening. I don't have to think about it because he's engaged. And so if we can ensure that across our 116 campuses, the level of engagement is there, it actually helps us as a team of only 8 people across the state who run this project to do our work in a more holistic way. And so being able to present at this meeting today is tremendous for us, because what we do is we continue to be, I hope, on the radar. So it doesn't mean that we couldn't use more money to expand our reach and our staffing and our ability to do a variety of things. But I think it begins, Member Acosta, with just awareness and engagement about this project, again, and the historical contributions and the impact that HBCUs have, again, for the right fit for the right student. And not every student is going to be able to find that. It may not be at an HBCU. We're okay with that. We understand that. We recognize that. But if they don't know, they can't even engage the conversation. If a counselor decides or advisor decides, yeah, well, HBCUs really don't do what we need them to do, so I'm not going to have that conversation with the student. Once again, the student's not engaged, they don't know. So I think it's such a kind of a level of pieces there that I think that's where we can begin right now.
Thank you. I'm going to take Member Shaw's question, and then we're going to close out with Director Gonzalez.
Okay. Maybe Daisy can speak to what I'm going to suggest. Again, I want to focus on our foundation. And Member Williams, I don't know if we can raise $100 million, but I'm certain we can probably raise 10, 20, or 30 if we had dedicated staff on our foundation, with our foundation to focus on this very issue. So we can focus on garnering money from the philanthropic community and also through state government.
Thank you for that. Dr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Haynes. First, let me just thank Dr. Bush, Helen, and Nzinga. You know, this started off with a conversation right before the pandemic. They asked, could we present to the board? Literally February, right before everything shut down. And I said, yes, but I need you to focus on what is the goal here. And so what I want to share with you is almost 2 years into the pandemic, I want to share that we hear you, we see you. We know that you've been carrying this work for many years and that it is incredibly difficult. And I also know that you have been targeted. What I also want to share is it's both and, Member Shaw, you fought very hard last year to make sure that this board prioritized these programs in last year's budget. And if you look at the trajectory, 2015, right, Umoja gets recognized. Finally, a COLA in 2020. If you think about it, we have a lot of work ahead of us. I think it's both foundation. I think it's both a state budget play, but I also think it's staying focused on the broader picture. And as Dr. Lowe mentioned, this isn't about a single program. This is about that structural transformation. And that's guided pathways, that's AB 705, that's the call to action, that's the DEI work. And why? Because as we seek to empower and protect and ensure that Dr. Bush, Helen, and Nzinga can do their job, and all the other champions that are helping African-American students, we also need to create safe spaces and transform the rest of the system so that they can continue to do their job.
Thank you for closing us out. We've had public comment. We've had board comment. Is there any public comment?
The public comment period for item 5.1 is now open. Please use the raise hand feature. If you're calling into the meeting, use *9. A member of the Chancellor's office will call on you and allow you to address the board. You have a maximum of 3 minutes. This item did not receive any written comments, and I will hand it to my colleague Gary for any hands raised.
So we do have one hand raised at the moment. Wendy Brill Winecoop, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Haynes, Vice President Costa, Acting Chancellor Daisy Gonzalez, and members of the Board of Governors. I am Wendy Brill-Weinkoop, President of the Faculty Association of the California Community Colleges. We appreciate the Board of Governors taking time to focus on this conversation on some of our most vulnerable students. Systemic racism has prevented students of color from benefiting from the opportunities of their privileged counterparts, resulting in equity gaps. We need to not only meet students where they are and support them through engagement and contextualized learning in these programs, but we also specifically need to invest in professional development and support for faculty across campus to do the work to close the equity gaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, Dolores Davison, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board President Haynes, Vice President Costa, Acting Chancellor Gonzalez, and members of the Board of Governors. My name is Dolores Davison. I am the President of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges. Wanted to express the Academic Senate's appreciation for the work being done in these three programs and for our continued partnerships with AMEND and with the HBCU project and Helen Young. We are deeply appreciative of the work that has been done and look forward to continuing to expand those partnerships, as well as working with the Emoja community moving forward. I'd like to echo President Brill-Weinkoop's comments that additional professional development, especially around counseling faculty and the focus of sending students to HBCUs rather than allowing them to attend for-profits and potentially ending up with absolutely immeasurable debt should be one of our major foci for the next year. And we look forward to continuing our work, not only with the groups that presented today, but with the Chancellor's office as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other public comments?
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. A hand did just raise. Would you like me to take that comment?
Yes, please.
Kenneth Brown, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you very much. My name is Kenneth Brown, or Ken Brown. I'm the president of the California Community College Trustee Board, which I know a lot of friends and faces here, so welcome. I'm also an elected trustee at El Camino College in Torrance. I represent Inglewood, South LA, down in the Los Angeles area. I wanted to thank the Chancellor's Office, the Board of Governors, for having this as an agendized issue. It wasn't really I did not wake up this morning with the intent of making a comment, but the presentations from Dr. Bush, Helen Young were so powerful. I wanted to just lend my voice in support. One of the questions that was asked is how to scale this. One of the things I did want to mention is, as an HBCU grad, I send you greetings from Morehouse College and Clark Atlanta University. Clark Atlanta University is part of the consortium with California Community Colleges. Morehouse College is not. We still have a number of students in California who are going to HBCUs that may not be using every resource, right? So as we're looking at disaggregated data, as we're looking at data of transfers, let's also keep in mind that out of the 101 HBCUs, our consortium only has 39. And so if we can get energy, if we can get funding and support to try to expand what we're doing with the consortium of community colleges to HBCU, that is one thing that we can do. We can also initiate alumni at our community colleges to again talk about the benefits of HBCUs to all of our members. And again, HBCUs aren't just for African American and Black students. So I just wanted to thank this body for this topic. This is not it's not a clear destination. It's a journey, and the more we talk about it, the more that we can support it. And I'm just very proud to be a part of this community as we're trying to do the best for our Black and African American students in California. So thank you.
Thank you, President Brown. So this is an information item, so we're going to move on. I'm going to move up one of the items because I think it is a sister conversation and presentation, and that's 5.3, which is nurturing a student-centered campus climate, enrollment, persistence, and lessons from 2020. The presenter is Executive Vice Chancellor Alvarado, Executive Vice Chancellor Navarrete, and then there is a present, as well as, I'm sorry, our visiting executive heads. So if we can do that presentation, and we'll get back to 5.2.
Thank you so much, President Haynes. I will kick us off. I am Marty Alvarado, Executive Vice Chancellor for Educational Services and Supports here at the Chancellor's Office. I will keep my comments very brief. One of the things that I want to make sure that we are centering as we go into this conversation following the amazing presentations and discussions that we have had throughout the morning and this afternoon. When we think about the conversation around enrollment and what our system did during the immediate moments of the pandemic, which was to prioritize continuity of education and prioritize student supports and removing friction points to remaining enrolled and staying engaged. That is what we have to continue to keep front and center as we go through the next couple of items and as we go through the next couple of years, right? As we saw in the data that was presented earlier, and that we heard earlier this morning for our students with different abilities or disabilities, the challenges that they have been experiencing are not new, and they are not necessarily pandemic specific. This is work that our institutions have to prioritize as we continue to expand our concept of enrollment from not just initial access, but really to persistence and through to completion. So what we'll be presenting to you today as we talk about enrollment, the impacts of the pandemic, but also where our system is headed as we continue to expand our concept of enrollment and the work we have in front of us related to equitable outcomes and access, is really talking about the data, where some of the challenges are, what we're seeing, who's being impacted, and then what our institutions are doing